It's day 2 of the Pubg Mobile Club Open regional finals for all of Europe. And finally, will be known at the end of this day, which will be the 5 teams moving to the World League West at the very end of the year. My name is Max Man. We're going to be joined once again with Imperium to bring you the action you all know and love for day 2.
Yes, 50% done, 50% left. 6 more games for your juicy faces to have a look at. Like we know, there's 4 teams already qualified from the individual regions, which means there's 1 more glorious spot available for these teams. Now, we will go through what teams are looking good. We will go through what teams are kind of looking bad, but let's look ahead of what these teams will be facing when they move on to the World League.
We'll be seeing that, but of course, as you just mentioned, there's already 4 teams qualified, 1 from EU, 1 from Turkey, 1 from Germany, and also 1 from CIS, leaving only 1 spot remaining through this regional finals. That means we'll have at the very end 5 teams representing all of Europe going against MENA regions and American region in the World League West. It's going to be a big clash of metas, going to see everything get mixed up, and at the end we'll have a big World League West champion at the very, very end of that phase.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty crazy, of course. You know, that kind of meta is going to come into play, those kind of play styles. Experience as well. Experience and mentality is going to be key for the teams that qualify for the World League. So this moment, this situation, it's a building block for these teams, right? The 4 teams who've already qualified, it's a building block to prepare mentally, to prepare as a team for the World League. And then that team that does qualify, they'll deserve to get that spot, and then they can use what's already happened over these last 2 days and carry it on forward to the World League.
And this is also an opportunity to maybe kick off your career as a professional esports player, like a few have already done in different regions. You know, you just get yourself a huge platform by getting access to the World League West. So, of course, maybe some orgs would want to pick you up, or you might get some sponsors. So, of course, you know, this is also has some extra, intricacies that are added up to it on top of the prize pool and also of the extra spot that is given to you by getting to the World League West. But, of course, you started off at this tournament with the PMCO, with all the PMCO for Europe, Germany, CIS, Turkey, was a grand total of 128 teams. And now it will trickle down when you got 16. These are the top 16 teams in all of Europe. This is the best of PUBG Mobile esports you may have in this region.
Yeah, at the end of the day, these players can hold their heads high and say that they are one of the 64 best players in Europe. Say what you say, of course, some players are not going to perform the best in every game. Some teams are not going to perform the best in every game. But at the end of the day, it's like I say, when you get to this point, you have deserved to get to this point. You have got the job done. You've done what you've needed to do to get there.
Yeah, exactly. Like, so many teams had such a good performance. Like, we already talked about a few of the teams. We'll go over that mainly a little bit later as we go over the squads and everything. But some teams been doing some insanely good games. I'd recommend, if you guys did not check yesterday's VOD, go on YouTube right now or watch the VOD also on Twitch. That also does work. Yesterday's game was absolutely insane, and I couldn't be happier to actually be able to cast those games. But of course, this is the overview of the entirety of this 2020 season of PUBG Mobile Esports. Once again, it still feels so good to say it, but I'm going to say it once more because it feels so nice to hear it and to say it. But $5 million cash prize, the biggest cash prize on mobile gaming history in esports, and that is just that's definitely a goal to work towards.
Poggers. And what's really important for the teams is that the spring split, they're going, okay, we didn't get it through. There's a fall split. They're going to have a second chance. Like I said, the teams that don't make it through to the World League, this is still a building block for what can come in the fall split. It's still an opportunity for you to gain experience that you can carry on to the fall split, get through the fall split, learn from the mistakes, and make it through to the World Championship at the end of the year, the Big Boy Championship.
Big Boy, I think we should rename it actually. World League West. I mean, it's a good name, but Big Boy Championship, I think personally it's a lot better. So I think we might actually have to recommend it instead.
Big Boy West.
Big Boy West, there we go. Big Boys of the West, and that should be the new tournament. But there you go. Of course, that's what all these players are going to be aiming towards. But not only that, also the extra prize pool that's been added on top, 50,000 total. It was 15,000, of course, being in that number 1 position. So even if you're a qualified team, and you still don't have to aim for an extra positioning spot for the World League West, or the Big Boy West, sorry, you can still have an extra 15,000 on top, which is also just a really good incentive to push you to your extreme.
Exactly, you said it there. Incentive is for the teams that if they feel or if they know mathematically that they can't make it through for that World League spot that's available in these regional finals, those extra couple of places, let's say they're in 11th place and they move up to 7th, that's an extra $800. That's really not going to be too bad. Hell, if you're 8th place and you move up to 4th, that's an extra $1,400. So really, that prize pool incentive is really a huge thing, and it should be in the minds of the players, because as you get through the games, game 1, game 2, game 3, game 4, game 5, game 6, the mentality wears down, the motivation does drop if you have a couple of bad performances. And that's where strong IGL will kind of sit back and go, hey guys, look, I understand, but let's point out what we're playing for. Right now, we're overall in 8th. We can not only mathematically still get through the World League, but think of the extra money we can get in our back pockets, guys. This is what we need to be doing. This is what we need to be thinking about. That can really make a difference.
I think it's not my skill that would stop me from being a player. It's actually just being the fact of like doing math. I would like, oh, we're only 10 points away. Oh no, it's actually 100 points, and then we actually because I just messed up the entirety of the standings for myself. But of course, here are the point system. If you are not too familiar with how this does indeed work, a chicken dinner is worth 20, so you trickles down. 11th position and below is only 1 point. But of course, what we saw yesterday come to action so heavily was that 1 point per kill. Like one game, it was the Sanhok game, the last game of yesterday, where 2 teams wiped off half of the entire lobby. That was huge. Like personally for me, and I think even for Imperium, like never seen before.
Yeah, it was kind of unprecedented. I don't want to kind of overhype it, but in my eyes, it was unprecedented. And it was a bit of a pattern throughout the whole game, to be honest, bar maybe one, where normally we all know that 11th to 16th place get 1 point, right? We know that. But normally in a game, because it's 1 point per kill, we will see maybe 1-2 teams only get 1 point in the game. We saw multiple games where basically from 11th to 16th only got 1 point, because it was so heavily dominated in that game by the top 2, 3, 4, 5 teams.
Yeah, all the teams at the top were like basically hoarding all those point kills, and it was just really impressive. But that means also that teams that are on the lower side of the standing, if they do one really good game and they do the same thing, they can also just climb so high in the overall standing, so there's still some comeback potential. But of course, if you didn't also follow through, do not know which teams are participating, here are all your participants for this European Regional Finals. Got 5 teams of CIS, 3 of Germany, 4 of Europe, and 4 of Turkey. CIS is going to be Team Unique that already got qualified. For Germany is going to be number 1. UDR Killers for Europe, and also Footballist for Turkey. Those are your 4 teams that you don't really have to worry about too heavily as of where they're going to be in the standings. That's also why, you know, Footballist and Team Unique are really just always clashing in Novo. But otherwise, these are the teams that are already going to be into the next stage. So you'll see them a lot more during this year.
Exactly, and I can't wait to see what Unique and the likes of Footballist, you know, will build upon for the World League. Not to kind of go too far ahead, but those 2 teams in particular, they are on the more aggressive side, because you in the past have mentioned about, you know, looking forward to seeing the MENA region teams go up against the European teams, because MENA is quite aggressive. I think we're halfway there with the CIS teams. The CIS teams, they don't take any BS. They kind of tend to go in hard when they really feel they need to. They're aggressive while still being controlled, and that's why we are seeing in some ways a big difference in these regional finals.
Definitely, aggressiveness is something that I have at least the impression through these regional finals and the scrims for the past week just been worked on by a lot of these European, Turkish, German and CIS teams. So I'm really happy for them to be able to evolve that way as you go over all the squads. And boy, like we're seeing Dream Eaters on our stream, like man, Dream Eaters yesterday. What a game, like back-to-back W's on, it was Vikendi and also on Erangel. That is your team to look out for. And we actually, you know, counted them out a little bit because of their prior performance that they had in the very first attempt of the regional finals. But through the scrims, they've been able to improve, find a little bit their weaknesses. They pinpointed that down, fixed it, and now they're coming into this regional finals as one of the best teams currently in 2nd position.
It's also mentality, right? You know, they are most likely coming in with the right mentality. How they perform in scrims can reflect that, right? Because if you're performing badly in scrims, I'm sorry, but it doesn't matter if you're doing it for jokes or if you're doing it for you know, try-harding in scrims. We all have pride, we all have ego, especially these players, and they want to get up there. So, yeah. So you know, how you play in scrims will play an impact, but at the end of the day, Dream Eaters have Communities Regional Finals with the right mindset, the laser focus, and have put in those good results.
And the fact that they always showed up to the scrims, like, really shows up in these games. Also, 121 is another team that showed up pretty consistently, and so far they're number 1 position. Like teams that we talked a bit yesterday at the start of the broadcast, they're actually making it through because they're proving themselves through the scrims. Even Canada Power that are currently like in 3rd position. I said it, boy, they showed up to every single scrim, but always full team playing extremely seriously, and they got a lot more information, intel, know the teams, how they drop and everything, and you can see right now in the overall rankings, like Connor the Power now in 3rd position with 82 points. That, like, at hand's reach, really, of getting that World League spot.
Definitely, 100%. You know, 27 points dividing first place 1-2-1-8 and third place Cunning the Power. What is interesting about 1-2-1-8 is that they've scored 72 points in the 3 Erangel games, which is an incredible average point per game for one map, and that's what has helped them bolster up in terms of the overall standings and put them on top. And what I do want to point out as well, the team down in the bottom, although it looks bad, there's only 27 points dividing 7th place and 16th place. That's that's such a little difference.
And it seems like some teams like to get, like, what is it, 35, 36 point in one game. You can just climb back in like such a good position just with one huge game. Literally, even UD Arcade is currently the team in last position, can make a comeback. It's just a matter of, you talked about it, right, mentality. If you keep your mindset, if you keep your head on your shoulders, you can easily push forward. We just got to stay serious in your games and not just mess around on your rotations, not be too slow. Just want to really be as serious as you possibly can be and just go into the games like it's any other game. Just think as if it's a scrim, really. If you want to go that way, it could also work for you. But of course, like, that is so cool, and that's why we do like casting esport, right? There's always anybody's game.
Definitely. But as we look indeed the schedule for today, like you mentioned, Max, starting off with GC Sanoff, get the big, the big kind of bolster aggressive map out of the way first. Then we'll go into Erangel, Vikendi, Erangel, Miramar, and ending it where it did all begin, which is on Erangel.
Erangel, the green pastures of PUBG Mobile. Gonna have, of course, 50% of your maps on that. So it's the map that's been seen the most interesting, I would have to say, playstyles coming out, especially yesterday. We had that, like, that weird finish in the water. We won't talk about that. Let's just forget that ever happened. That was more like fishing.
Erased from history.
Yeah, just erase from memory. I don't want to think about that ever again.
What a Erangel game yesterday. Don't know what
Erangel. What is the Erangel? Okay, no, that's maybe a little bit too far. But
there's only 2 Erangel games yesterday. Don't know what you're talking about.
I splooge on that Erangel game.
And that's the thing. Like, and with Erangel being 50%, the team that, and I know they've already qualified for the World League, so it doesn't really matter to them. But Team Unique, they've only scored 10 points in Erangel in the 3 Erangel games. That's not that good.
Yeah, Team Unique struggling a lot on that map, actually. I'm a little bit surprised by that because they're a team that, like, seems so consistent on Erangel because they just have such good rotations on it all the time. But the thing is, they keep on fighting versus footballists, and Nova, I called it, is like the European curse. Just stop it. It doesn't help.
I wonder what it's going to be like coming into World League, because coming into World League, you're going to have other teams from other regions where their spot might be Novo, and they might be thinking, nah, we're not giving it up, guys. We could have scrims at least where you have 3 teams in Novo, and will Footballers and Unique give it up then? So that, right now it doesn't matter to Unique, but like I said, I would like to see them have a different drop spot in Erangel because it's preparation. Like I said, this is a building block for the teams who've already qualified. Why not drop somewhere different and prepare for different rotations in a competitive setting, because you won't get that in scrims.
I think it would be interesting for them to change. Like, they do have a little bit of a history of also dropping north side of George Pole. I think they could try and play around that a little bit. Also, there are 2 teams that are qualified, so it really doesn't matter. But I think it's really interesting to how these 2 teams can potentially, transition over to the World League West, because like MENA region, there's a few teams we saw already, like in the regional finals of MENA, a few teams like to drop in an area like Nova and also Northern George Pole. So I think it's going to be intriguing to see how they're going to act upon that. And I think that they are, like, very stubborn, because it's still like the European scene. I think after they go more international, and if they go against Chinese teams, they might be like, okay, this is getting serious now. We might calm down and go for like a looting stage in the middle of Gatka and just chill, instead of like just going really aggressive in Novo. But so far, it's fun content, and at least we have some early game team fights and we don't have to do dad jokes all the time.
Exactly. Hey, nothing wrong with a good dad joke.
Don't diss the dad jokes.
Nothing wrong with a good dad joke, but it is going to be important that you take the common sense route. At times, we all, like I said, these players, these teams, they all have egos, they all have pride. So giving up a spot is considered a sign of weakness. But at the end of the day, there's nothing wrong with it, because when it comes to the World League, they're all reset to 0. Hell, coming into today's games, it's a reset in terms of it's a new day, it's a fresh start, it's a fresh beginning for these teams, and that's what it's going to be like coming into the World League for the likes of Unique Footballers and UDR Killers as well, of course, number 1.
So we are slowly going to be jumping into this very first game. It's going to be played on Sandhawk. Sandhawk yesterday was won by, it was Kunina Power. Now I talked about them, the fact that they got a really good communication pattern and they rotate really efficiently on points of interest, which actually give them a lot of information. Worked out great. Like, not only about this Sandhawk game, but mainly I want to talk about the entirety of this day today. Has other teams that struggled yesterday, okay? Do you think there are some that potentially can make a comeback? Like, you talked about the fact that there's not that much of a point gap here, but do you think there's like one team, despite the fact they had a hard day 1, on day 2, you know what? I think they can make a comeback. They can get at least in top 5.
Has to be either Nomad Gaming or WSK. Honestly, Nomad Gaming, they have to, but I expect them to, because this is a team that has competed in the preliminary finals for the full split of last year's PMCO. They've competed in the I think it was the Star Challenge as well. I'm not exactly sure, but they have a huge history, and if they, honestly, for them, if they do fall today and they don't qualify, being devil's advocate, that's a step in the wrong direction if you're really looking at what they've achieved up to this point.
Also, like, we did hype them up a little bit, right? Like, they're a team that on the first attempt of the regional finals, they were doing so good, and now the table got flipped a little bit, and now it seems like they were struggling a little bit, like Dream Meters, WSK, they were able to somewhat already push back up in the overall standing. So Nomad Gaming, we know they can do it. I'm just going to say it was a bad day yesterday because it didn't really seem like usual for them. Same for Heroes X. Their team also struggled a little bit on some of their positions, and I know they can do a lot better. So Heroes X and Nomad Gaming, like, I would choose Heroes X as a team that can make a comeback. But Nomad Gaming, my eyes are going to be very focused on them because I want to see them perform today. It's not I want to, they have to perform today if they want just that chance of moving to the World League West, because they can do it, and I think they have a position to hold on to if they go on a more international stage.
Of course, and that's the thing. I think we can talk about that in the future, but yeah, 100%. But I believe that the attitude and the mindset for these teams coming into this day and these 6 games should be basically like, it's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good. Go in with a positive mindset, go in with the right attitude. Whatever happens, happens. The only thing these players can do is control their individual gameplay and how they rotate and how they work as a team. If it works out, the results will show.
And also, or during all that, trying also to have fun at the end. It's a video game, trying to have some interest and have fun with your mates as you're doing it, of course, even though it is some prize point and everything, but the main end goal is all to have fun, and we're all together and representing during these hard times. And yeah, so game 1, Sandhawk, as I said earlier, won by Kunina Power, going to be jumping in the jungle action, and that's going to be the only bit of Sandhawk action today. And what a better way to just get, in the competitive mindset as to play a game of Sandhawk. Gets you ready right away, like, oh my god, okay, this is Sandhawk, better get ready.
I know from a competitive point of view, it is the map that the players like the least because of the third party, and because of sometimes the lack of control you can have over your own result. I would slightly disagree with that, but I understand where they're coming from because it is very frantic. I don't really like playing Sandhawk as a casual player, but then again, I'm a noob, I'm a bot, so it's different for me. But yeah, so these players will 100%, in my opinion, be really happy to get Sandhawk over and done with and get down to what they consider the more competitive, stable maps.
No, I definitely do agree on that. Like, Sandhawk is the map that's very unexpected in a way, it's going to be having an outcome. But like, if you're able to make up for those circle shifts and go pretty central position is where it will work out the best. Even though you've got a lot of teams that will be pushing on your position, but that third parties, they're always happening on the edge of the circle, so you'll have to keep that in mind. And you talked about the lack of something there, but like, every time you say that, I don't know why I think of lack
control of your result.
Maybe.
Is that what they said?
No, you see, you talked about the lack of something. I don't know why. I wanted to say it makes me think of lack of Nostra. I have no idea why. I think I missed the team. But there you go, Imperium. We're slowly going to be jumping into our Sandhawk game. Ladies and gentlemen, game 1 of day 2 of the PMCO regional finals for the European region is going to be coming straight up one team will be taking this jungle action for themselves. Who might it be? Let's jump on Sanhok.
Yeah, of course. It's a 4x4 map, so you can pretty much access anywhere you want in the Sanhok map, especially in this kind of playing trajectory, going pretty central across the map from the northeast down to the southwest. We all know phase 1 circle is a huge element of how these teams really, you know, rotate and get around the map. You do have the trifecta in play between the mainland, the northwest island, and the southwest island, and of course the rivers and the water around that. We remember yesterday we saw Heroes X get a boat rotation and actually catch out NGG on Bantai. I do wonder, will NGG be a little bit more prepared for that in this game?
I definitely do hope they will be, but it seemed like the boat rotation will be coming out for Heroes X. I mean, you got that northern circle. They could still, but like, I would say right now the team that could go for boat rotation would have to be Red Reserve. Even Nomad Gaming and NGG, all in the south. If you want to win some time and not have to cross through all the teams in the center of this map, you want to try and go there. But right now, oh my god, an early fight on the mountaintops. Okay, I like this. Okay, that's going to be one out. And Pubg is getting himself their very first frag was the Victor. I see that Imperium. I know what we're going to say.
Victor power, baby.
Say it. There you go.
Victor power, baby.
God damn it, I hate you.
You know what's better than Vector power?
Yeah?
Double Vector power.
I don't know why. I feel like I fell into that and I'm not even mad.
Yeah, you did, to be honest.
I can't hate on that.
No, that's the thing. I was like, you know, you can dab on him.
Just aim when you need him. Where is he?
Goes out to my boy. But anyway, yeah, so getting into this game, we know also Sanhok is a faster paced game in terms of the circle does close in a little bit quicker. It's a smaller map naturally as well. So how quickly these teams respond to that phase on circle shift does have a huge ripple effect on how they get on in the later phases.
You also saw Cutting the Power in Painan. Painan used to be a compound, at least during the first attempt of the regional finals, that was always contested by 2 teams.
Yeah.
Cutting the Power, they got most control, and it offers a lot of rotation point, and also you can hold yourself a river, which is really good to also deny positions. So I'm pretty happy they got that under control. Also, like, yeah, and through the scrims, you saw so many changes, right? Dream Eaters, they used to go for Paradise Resort, and that's now been overtaken by 1218. And it's interesting to see how teams, like, you know, just changed their drop-in spots, and I would love to know the reason why behind that is the fact.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
It made sense for Dream Eaters. It makes sense in general. And you know what? It's benefited them. Because where are Dream Eaters? They're second overall in the standings. That's why there's nothing wrong with giving over your drop spot to another team. It can really favor yourself. What is important, though, as well, for both Dream Eaters and 1218 in this kind of circle, in this kind of game, is that they do make sure that they get into an area that is essentially obviously central circle, which is nearly where they are now, but send 2 forward and hook the coastline by the bridge where that's leading into the northwest island. Footballers are currently there. You could catch out a couple of teams and get some early kills in their favor.
Imperium, you know, we just talked about, you know, boat rotations, and I said Heroes X. I don't think they'll be going for boat rotation.
Didn't I say they could go for a boat rotation?
I mean, I think at this point they just like to be on boat.
No. Was I right?
I mean, yeah. Shut up.
Were you wrong?
I didn't say anything. I said they didn't have to. I didn't say they were not going to. They didn't have to. Okay. So get dabbed on, hater. Boomer.
Okay, it's okay. So Dream Eaters are going for that top hill angle that's overlooking boot camp. They know that there's a team there, right? They know Unicorns of Love drop there, and that's really clever play by Dream Eaters. They are looking to get that early aggression off and take out a team that could maybe potentially stab them in the back in the next couple of phases. So I like that thought process. They also know obviously 1218 will be in Paradise Resort, but Paradise Resort is the kind of location that you're very inside, so unless you actually properly disengage from Paradise Resort, you're still within it and you can't really see that far ahead of you.
Yeah, it's not a great position to really hold on to, but UDR Killers, they went for the Cross River compound as PRZ is going to be in the water. You know, get some intel, get some information. The fight might be ongoing. to look for intel first. And I do have to say, I'm pretty happy actually. UDR Killers, they're in last position currently, and they did not go for the same compound as WSK. A lot of respect. You talked about the fact it's okay to give away compounds. They did it, and I think that this is definitely going in their favor. They can't afford to take early game fights, and I'm even expecting from them on a angle to never drop Pachinki again. Please don't. It's not necessary.
That's a really good point. Now we're seeing Sandro go on. Nacho's a little bit on his own, but Pierre's coming in from the water. Fish in the sea. Knocks down Sandro. Surprise mother trucker.
How the hell, man? I can't believe Piazza almost lost that fight. That was damn surprising. UDR is down to 2. That's Ulysses and Alka. They already lost. Sandro got flushed away instantly. But Ulysses is clapping straight back. Piazza is so damn low. One, but it will do it fitting. And there you go. Alka's going to be the one to get that knock. Rushing it out instantly, can also get the other member around the corner. But that almost went so bad and so wrong for UDR Killers because they can't afford to lose this fight.
How did that go outside of the favor of number one? I know that kind of Windex is further away, but they kind of had more of a surprise factor. Yes, they had lost Halls earlier on, so they were down to 3 players, but I do find that a little bit weird that they end up losing that fight. Yeah, but in the end, UDR Killers responded very well and do get a couple of kills in their favor. All the while, Konina Power and Team 5. Konina Power catching out a member of Team 5 on the rotation and pretty much just outside boot camp.
And I'm going to say, you talked about this already on yesterday's broadcast, right? The fact you don't like when Konina Power overstay their welcome in Painan. They rotated early here. Of course, it did shift also a little bit away. Painan is going to be somewhere on the edge of the circle, so you want to go more central. It makes a lot more sense, and I think this is actually favoriting them because they got already a frag on a member of Team 5. Exactly. They got a nice high ground position. This is the rotation I was expecting from them, and also I think you were expecting too. This is perfect.
It is really perfect. Tell you what team has a really perfect rotation. Go Skilla. Here, in ban right now, or just around ban, they have such a clean easterly rotation, basically around the east of Paradise Resort and head up maybe in between Paradise Resort and Tatmock. Clean.
I do like it. A lot more passive, but like also if you want to play Edge of Circle, the eastern side is going to be always the most favorable option to play that specific playstyle because no teams drop there except for Heroes X. Gives you a lot of extra room to play around with and also play around rotations on phase 2 / even phase 3. As Heroes X, they got the high ground. They see a member of WSK. Well, they see actually 2, Rip and Argo. Won't be resulting in any knocks. This is not a great position to be in right now.
Or who?
Or WSK, because it's hard to rotate from there.
Yeah, but it's hard to rotate, but they can actually go behind Tatlock and into basically Cow and around that way, so there's plenty of space. But if they want to go straight down south, indeed that is going to be pretty hard. I do like the location of Heroes X. It is in that kind of black hole dip, which I do call it, and it gives you plenty of scope around. They can look at WSK, they can look at potentially 1218 or even Dream Eaters if they head in that direction. Really nice position for now. They'll have to prepare to rotate on phase 2 and just think about the fact that even though it's a big black hole area, they could still get caught out from multiple angles.
That's kind of power, moved a little bit down. I think they have a little bit of a split. I think they do have a little bit of a split. They also got a little bit of high ground under control to get some information as 2 members are going to be on a crossroads section next to boot camp. Could be really good if Unicorns of Love are not too careful in the way they rotate. If the circle does shift in a little bit away of boot camp. So, country power from this position, I got to say they got a good opportunity. As long as Unicorns of Love don't really be too, a little bit too aggressive on the way they peak here. So,
Exactly. Red Reserve, they rotated more straight up from the south side, and where they do normally drop, they're getting very close to Nomad Gaming. You do have the last player of N1 Vindex, but he's just kind of basically hiding out. He's not moving a beat. It's a matter of Nomad Gaming will kind of go into the same building as him. His heart is beating. He's just waiting, hoping he doesn't get caught out. Now, if he can get a surprise kill, happy days. Nomad Gaming will have to think about the fact that Red Reserve are coming in from the top of the hill.
Well, I thought we were not going to see him there. Right behind the door. But unfortunately, he will be going out. Number 1 eliminated in this one. A team that has been improving recently, unfortunately happens to take a big L every once in a while. So that's going to be the L of the day. And hopefully the only L of the day for number 1. Yeah. If they get taken out. UDR Killers, I think they could already try and rotate away from the Cross River compound. The reason why is because it's not central and you want to try and do it when so many real islands are still in play, which is not going to be the case. We're going to be shifting over to the southeastern side. Team Unique already, rotating a little bit late. They could get gatekeeped by Footballists, by Heroes X, by DR Killers. All the teams are next to the river. I think that is a little bit delayed, and I think they're kind of shooting himself in the foot by doing it so late.
True. I really do like that circle shift, to be honest. It makes it a more definitive mainland finish. It is a bit more normal. Less of the RNG river in play. Red Reserve will have a really clean way to get into a more central location of the circle. They can just shift basically to the east and end up in Quarry, because the left and right side of Quarry are actually really nice compounds to hold on to, because it does give you plenty of space and vision on what's going on around that area.
I just hope they're not going to go through Quarry itself, because it's a position, if you get caught out into it, especially by NGD that has the high ground next to Quarry, it could get a little bit tricky. So I recommend just don't go for it. Just play it around Quarry, because if you're stuck into it and the circle shifts up north, over to the west and away from Quarry, you're going to get a little bit messed up by that. But I'm sure Red Reserve will be able to pull off a good rotation on that. As right now, a few bullets are getting exchanged by some of these squads. We've still got, 57 players. We lost one squad that was number one, but still 57 players on the second phase. It's still nice to see on a Sandhawk game, I do have to say.
It really is. That, of course, does mean that the longer we leave teams going out, the later we get into the game, the more absolute crazy action we're going to see. The Real Deal do have a nice triangle crossroad location in the center circle. That compound is hot property, so nice to see them reacting quickly and getting into that nice area as well. Those Skilla are rotating in from down south, and Nomad is caught out by the hands of Konina.
This is why I love this 2-2 split coming out from Konina Power. They've got two members to keep information on rotations around Bootcamp and Bootcamp himself. And you've got two members of Rob Denny and also Tixie to keep on the high ground right behind, keep the information on the compound further down the line. Now Nicola tried to rotate. I didn't know what he was trying to achieve from that. I think he was trying to scout by going out there, but scouting when you don't have information on those rock on that high ground position is a little bit risky, and he does die.
It is, and they could have done it earlier, or they could have had somebody there earlier, rather than walking into Konina Power. It could have been a matter of Konina Power walking into them, but it was what it was. It is what it is, and Nomad Gang will have to respond as a three-man team for the rest of this game as Heroes X looking for Footballists.
Yeah, again, for Football, it's one of the best teams in this regional finals, as we were able to see. But they get some work done. They're going to go for the very own res. That nade might be a bullseye on Soke. Soke, which is basically at this point the Talon of Footballists, always left alone at the very end of the day. Hopefully, we'll be able to survive because of that smoke. Yeah, actually, surprising enough, yesterday we did not even see a chicken dinner from Footballists, which, you know what, thinking back about it, that's actually surprising.
It is a little bit surprising. These two teams, of course, do know each other quite well. They both come from the Turkish region. With Heroes X, unfortunately, not directly qualifying. Footballists did get that direct World League spot, so this is less of a pressurizing situation for Footballists. However, even though it's less pressurizing, this actual moment when you're in the heat of the battle is still pretty pressurizing.
Trying to pop a little bit of a smoke road to allow Soke to make it back to the side. The thing is, this fight's been ongoing for very, very long. But pretty sure they got the compound under control. But I'm scared for mainly Heroes X. The reason why? They could get knocked really easily from that position, and they don't have a great position to hold on to themselves from. And also, they have 360-degree access to them. Any team can push them and third party, because they've been taking gunshots time and time again. I'm just scared. I saw WSK at one point be pretty close, so I'm just hoping that they won't overstay their welcome.
Yeah, as we do see a circle shifting up north with Paradise Resort really heavily in play. To kind of extend on what you said, the longer Heroes X leave it to engage on the football, it's the higher chance they're letting teams around them get closer to them and third party. Like you said, they could easily be caught out from a 360-degree angle, WSK, Dream Eaters, even 1218, although I'm saying that 1218 are staying in Paradise Resort, which honestly, I don't like.
It's not even just taking too long to engage on Footballists, it's also potentially taking too long to disengage, depending on what they want to complete.
Well, yeah, that's pretty much, kind of what I meant by that.
I don't think they want to go downhill on Footballists. Like, other team than Footballists, not even that, but Heroes X, of course, they're going to slowly try and rotate back, which I got to say is a good call. Could have been done a little bit earlier, but the circle did shift on the very, very edge of it, so it's not really worthwhile. It's not going to be a valid option for the long run, and they're going to try and find a better compound. There's still a few compounds not currently occupied, so there's still a lot of room to play around. As Red Reserve going down the south, same for Nomad Gaming and UDR Killers. And UDR Killers, they're going to be actually picking a fight with Nomad Gaming currently. We're going to see it pop off in the feed and pan it over to the fight. But Nomad, they have the compound, which is not the case of UDR, which is going to make it inherently very hard for them to take.
Yeah, Nano and Satsura, they're going to be kept going. Of course, the return fire did go down onto Nano, so Alka and Ulysses are going to have to try and protect their location. What I worry about Nomad Gaming is that the two players are in the same compound, so they don't really have that many angles. Of course, the benefit is that if one gets knocked down, there is a higher chance to get revived, as also the fight between Unicorns, the Loft, and Dream Eaters is really kicking off.
3 meters, they were lost Megu. Advocate will be following suit down to 2v4. Unicorns of Love are making a comeback. Currently in 13th position with 36 points. We talked about it earlier. The point gap is so far absolutely nothing. One great game and he could claw yourself back into a strong position overall. And Unicorns of Love already up to 1 point so far. And they're going to try and shut down potentially the entirety of Dream Eaters. But Dream Eaters, they are swiftly disengaged from this.
Yeah, and I like that from both teams overall, just kind of thinking of the late game. And it's a fight that had been threatening, right? Dream Eaters had rotated down towards that hill overlooking boot camp. So it was something that was threatening for a while, but neither had engaged or gotten close enough to engage. We saw that a little bit of a sneaky touch there, but nothing too crazy. Unicorns of Love can kind of shift around on the west side, hugging a bit of the coastal line, which means they don't have to worry too much about what's going on to the west. They can look basically in that 180-degree angle. Red Reserve had rotated to where I mentioned in the previous phase, which was on the outskirts of Quarry. That did, in turn, for this phase, as the blue zone is closing in, give them more space to go directly into the circle up the northwards. But like I said, it's not going to be easy because you still have 54 players in this lobby.
Yeah, you know that there's going to be a lot more play-by-play on the extra 50% of this broadcast. There's going to be a lot of screaming and yelling because the action is going to be unfolding pretty damn quickly in the next few upcoming minutes. Of Nomad Gaming still able to just follow suit on Canada Power, trying to look for revenge upon Nicola that died a few minutes earlier. And the Power, they're holding the position. Do Nomad Gaming have the information? I don't think so. Be careful. Exa on your right. Oh.
Yeah, Acer did see Lunatic, just sort of thinking that he's going to hear the shots go. Free fire coming out. Doesn't get the knock onto Lunatic.
He just like phased into nothingness.
Wow.
They're going to rush him out, but be careful. You're getting shot up from the distance. Did he have time to heal up? No, he did not. 2 bullets or 3 bullets, and that will be enough to shut down Lunatic and put an end to his suffering. Gets an extra bullet. One more is all you need. They know they got hit marker. But Robson, he's going to go too over aggressive. He's going to be knocked down.
Oh my god.
But be careful, how are you holding on to that? Lunatic, absolute beast of a player, holding to that position and stopping Canada Power in their tracks. And now he's looking for that nade frag. But now Nomad Gaming, they already remember getting a knockdown earlier and they're looking for an extra knock. Nomad Gaming, they're going to try and end this one down as they get Axa. Tixie, you got to run away, my friend. But he's still going to try and take the fight. Hits a few bullets. Will it be enough? I don't think so. Even a 4, that will not be the case. Eclipse will be a 1 to put the nail in the coffin of Canada Power as they take 15th position, despite getting chicken dinner yesterday on Sandhog.
I'll tell you what, UDR Killers, they did go for a great initial engagement, but at the end of the day, the response by Eclipse to hold off that engagement allowed Satsura and the third player of Nomad Gaming to really help come down the hill and support them. And in the end, UDR Killers did get taken out. HMSC from WSK getting knocked down. This is what I worry about with 1-2-1-8. Do they really know what's going on around them outside Paradise Resort?
I think they just know there's absolute havoc around them. That's, I think, what they know so far. But I got to say, in my opinion, WSK for Bliss, where they are currently, is a mistake. There's no reason to aim for Paradise Resort or fight around Paradise Resort because it's such a bad position to play around, and also it's on the edge of the circle up on the northeastern side. I would say, move out of it right now. It is not worthwhile. It's not going to help you in any way, shape, or form because it's such a bad position in which you can take a fight.
Okay, so Red Reserve, they're not inside the circle. They do only have UDR Killers and Nomad Gaming around them, so it's not as closer for them. They have a little bit more breathing space. Like I said, they're still not inside the circle, though. All the action is up on the north side, around the outskirts of Paradise Resort, looking down. Like I said, Bandita, 1-2-1-8 as a team, they're holding on to Paradise Resort. I don't like it with this fight between Footballers and WSK.
WSK down to 1. They're going to rush him down, and that should be an easy fight for this. And one more play is all you need, and perfectly done. Rom will be the one to get things done with Sulke. And that'll be WSK out in, unfortunately, 14th position. Despite a great start yesterday, was done around where they're going to be with it. But NGT finally taking the very first fight of this Sanhok game. They get 2 members knocked down instantly on Goskilla. Aegon's going to be the next one focused down. Aegon going to put so damn low. Followed up with YT, but damn, Goskilla did not expect this.
I don't get why 2 members of Goskilla were running without really kind of in some way stopping or staying in the blue zone. And nothing wrong with the blue zone in this phase, especially when you've got a team around you. But NGG, they only have Itachi left standing. He is getting a revive onto Forever Energy Drink, and Bandage is being thrown out by Agon. They got to take advantage of this opportunity. They got to close out. Whitey is holding on. The blue zone does take down Forever once again. Whitey nearly gets caught out, but just about manages to survive. I don't think Agon has bandages left. I don't think he has a first aid left.
I don't think he does. He's not even doing the animation at this point to keep himself up, and I think this will be the end of Goskill. At this point, if you know you have no more meds, and NGG's just around the corner, Forever does die out, but picked up by the play zone. That's not going to be a kill picked up by anyone. You just want to die out. He's using his bandages, but it will be dead. He's still going to go for the fight, I would say.
Yeah.
Don't give a point away. He actually gives it over to NGG. I not really worthwhile. I don't know why Aegon really did that, but there you go. That's going to be Goskiller. Still go now in, 13th position. Has 12th position well before UDR Killers.
Yeah, so this is it. We're going to see the teams dropping left, right, and center. 11 teams left, 31 players, going from 54 to 31 in a matter of minutes, like a drop of a hat. Teams going down. Now we can see the end of NGG. It wasn't going to be easy for them, but they did get a couple of kills along the way. Footballers on the north side have to push their way through into the circle. They 1-2-1-8 ahead of them. They have Heroes X and also Unique.
Unique out. They take top 10. Still a little bit of an improvement, but Team Unique unfortunately going to be taking the L on that one. But Bliss, I was about to say, they got a compound nearby they can get shot from so easily. Lutz will be the first casualty of that engagement. And that getting another team. Oh man, so many squads are slowly going to be taken out in this game. Things are getting serious. Heroes X still has 4 members holding to a great position, but the circle's going to be shifting towards the road once more. And the road still a 50-50 split. That is definitely going to come into play.
And the only team that's really inside that circle is Unicorns of Love on the west side. They are inside a compound, so that will help them heavily, but it's still not going to be too easy, because if any team is going to crash that compound, they're going to have to fight them so aggressively. We did lose Red Reserve as well. I don't know what exactly happened to them, but I believe they went down in 11th place. We've got 7 teams in the bag. Now 6 is the real deal. Go down 20 players on the board. 1-2-1-8. You know what? I worried about them, but they still kept on. They've kept going, and they're still in this game as a 3-man team.
Just to confirm something, so Red Reserve, they took 8th position actually, and they got gatekeeped when they were going from the eastern side, so a little bit unfortunate for them. But now Football is slowly going to get involved into the fight. Rom is going to be knocked away despite spreading absolute hell upon this map of Sanhok. He will get responded by on the hands of 1-2-1-8. Rosen and Soke, they know they can't really go for Rom, unfortunately, but here it is. Dream Eaters, they were waiting for the rocky terrain for a few minutes now. And they're slowly going to be waking up as they shut down Footballist. I mean, that's a good wake-up call for them, that's for sure.
Hell yeah, taking them down, but now Mortiza in amongst the smoke doesn't see 1-2-1-8, but D5 go down. Bandita gets a knock. Now he's going to be able to find a push into the next rock, and another one as he pushes forward. You got a Unicorn to the side. You got Dream Eaters going down, but Matic is inside the blue zone. He prones down, staying in the safe zone for now.
Blues in claiming a few lives on this game of Sanhok, that's for sure, but 1-2-1-8. Down to 1 member, at least, yeah, it's down to 1 member who's going to be Bandita. You can still make it through, but Unicorns of Love, they are taking control, baby. The circle is shifting a little bit away of the compound of Unicorns of Love, but now going to be seen Heroes X get taken out. It's between Dream Eaters, 1-2-1-8, and the 4 members of Unicorns of Love. This is a 4v1v1, and this should be such an easy takeout for Unicorns.
Well, Unicorns of Love, they started yesterday with a massive 21-point game, but they dropped from there. If they get this win, if they get this chicken dinner, they need to make sure in the next 5 games they really pick it up from there. They carry on that momentum. But Matic and Lux, it comes down to this 4v1, but it's just too much. The angles prove too much. And Unicorns of Love, they take the chicken dinner.
We knew it was going to be hard for them to pull off at the end, but still, what a great game from Unicorns of Love, getting himself 9 kills and a chicken dinner, 29 points so far, and they do get themselves #1 position overall, and they're going to be able to climb so heavily. They were in 13th position, and we talked about the fact, like you talked actually about the fact that there's such a small gap, right? Almost 30 points in that game. That's going to be just throwing them so much higher in the overall standings. This is the game that they needed to start off the day with, also for their mentality overall.
100%, but I'll tell you who it was a really bad game for, Kunina Power. They went down in roughly, I think, 15th. But what's worse is that the two teams that were ahead of them, Dream Eaters and 1218, both finished second and third. So that point difference that did look a lot closer after the last game yesterday has suddenly gone in reverse, and that cushion will be really created between first, second, and then third.
We talked about the fact you can have like one bad game. Kunina Power now, you're going to have to be consistent through and through for the 5 remaining games of this second day. Hopefully that will be the case for them as we go over the highlights of this first game. Played on Sandhog. Definitely a lot of interesting moves, a lot of interesting rotations, but we just saw the fire of Kunina Power. I think they went way too over-aggressive pushing on Nomad Gaming there. Just sort of held onto the high ground and let Nomad Gaming push, and then they could have just picked them up one by one. But they went just so aggressively. They were so confident, and yet it did not pay off whatsoever. Nomad Gaming, they just took it home after.
Yeah, they did. And then we saw the fight between NGD and Ghostkiller. What looked good initially for Ghostkiller suddenly turned sour, essentially, and they got taken out in the end. NGD didn't survive for much longer. 1218 good doing work as the blue zone was closing in, but that's okay, because when you get to the final phases, it is a matter of, in some way, just doing as much damage and getting as many kills before the blue zone takes your life.
You know what? I actually just watched the stats, and I'm so surprised to see that Heroes X only got actually 1 kill, despite being so proactive and aggressive, like all the game. They only got 1 kill, and there was one for Kudo, and that's it. I thought they were going to come, it was like maybe like 5 kills and like minimum, but no, they actually did not get that many kills. I'm actually genuinely surprised. As we go over the team stats of Unicorns of Love, you know, damage is going to be a lot more spread evenly when you do have a map of Sandhog, because fight is so consistent from start to finish. So of course I'm not really so surprised, but himself 8 knockouts and also 4 headshots, which is a pretty high amount of headshots, I do have to say, and the conversion rate is definitely on point for Unicorns of Love as they get themselves once again the first chicken dinner of the day in just such a great fashion.
Yeah, and it was also nice to see the kills spread out across the whole lobby rather than, you know, kind of the top two teams or the top 4 teams getting the majority of the kills. As you look at the top players, yeah, Hidan and Perks from the Unicorns of Love. Once again, Perks, 5 kills. Oh, my boy Perks, so impressive how he's played in the regional finals. You have Lavazin as well, nothing new there. A Matic from Dream Eaters. Incredible individual game from those 4 players.
If I may say, it was perfect. Okay, my casting career ends now. Thank you very much, guys, for having me.
Oh, damn it.
Hey, you know what? Dream Eaters, they're winning a lot of terrain on the team of 1218. They're actually catching up. They're very, very close by, 7 points behind so far. That's 1 average game. Literally, what they need is just to stay consistent. Hope the 1218 just falls off early at 1 point, and it should be completely okay. But man, the competition is high. I'm surprised to see Kunina Power still in like 3rd day after that game.
Fair, but Unicorns of Love started today in 13th, have moved up to 7th. They're 4 points behind Heroes X and Team Unique. They are only like 21 points behind 3rd place Kunina Power. Yeah, there is, like I said, there is that higher gap now between the top 2 teams and then the rest of the lobby. To be honest, that's something that, you know, without sounding stupid, the rest of the lobby need to actually, especially Kunina Power and Unicorns of Love, they need to kind of go, okay, we need to loosen that gap. We need to make it a little bit closer. I'm not going to say target, but there has to be that element in play. You do not want to see the top 2 teams kind of run away with it and have their own little battle.
I talked about the fact that your damage is going to be a lot more, you know, consistent throughout all of the teams. This is like the most consistent graph we actually had throughout the entirety of this regional final so far. Of course, like the big teams that got the most damage is going to be Unicorns of Love, as they were gatekeeping all the teams in the late stage circle. Footballists, I mean, the fact that they rotated every single time taking fights as Heroes X, 1218. I think at one point they also went against Dream Eaters. They've been fighting consistently from the start to finish, and of course that is why their damage stat is going to be so high. But you know what? I'm interested with UDR Killers, because they are a team that also picked a few fights versus Nomad Gaming, also versus Kunina Power. And also at one point it was against the number one at the very start. They got 3 members killed. Yeah.
And also it was also kind of, it makes sense, right, that the top 3 teams all were in generally the center of the circle, right? You had 1218 that were in Paradise, although they stayed there for quite a while. Unicorns, a lot landed in boot camp, and that was relatively close. And Dream Eaters were in between them, so it kind of made sense.
Dream Eaters, like, they got somewhat lucky because they rotated at the rocks, like, and they just never moved them. The circle just kept shifting on them. So also they just held on to it really good, shut down Footballists, and shut down a few teams rotating down from the south. But anyways, there you have it. That is Sanhok for the regional finals. No more Sanhok action, so now the team can focus on rotations a lot more. With that said, thanks so much for watching this very first game. Mirangle is going to be coming up in a few short minutes. Sanhok is now done. No more Sanhok action for the remaining section of today. Now we're going to be moving towards Erangel. You know, the map that is going to be played the most by all these squads. And gotta say, Erangel yesterday was really interesting. Go check out the VODs if you haven't already. But now we'll be able to see which teams will be able to come in strongly on the second day of the European Regional Finals.
Yeah, new map, so to speak, or new game anyway. New opportunities for these teams. You know, forget about what's happened. Let's take into account what we see in front of us, what will go down, what will happen. The teams that are fighting out for that number one World League spot. It is getting pretty close up at the top. Yes, some backward games from Kunina Power in that last game, of course, didn't help their cause. Gotta say, 1-2-1-8 in Dream Eaters, they are just consistently on top.
This time on Sanhok, it was Dream Eaters in second and 1-2-1-8 in third. So able to, for Dream Eaters, slowly climb back and gain some terrain upon the team of 1-2-1-8. But like Kunina Power, we talked about this yesterday, right? How the fact of having a cushion. Kunina Power, by being so consistent yesterday, it does allow them to have one bad game, which they did have, and now they're on 86 points. But they're just a few points ahead of Footballists that are in fourth position, even though Footballists are currently already qualified. So not directly a threat. Is a threat for the prize pool, but really for the regional final spot. Well, no, for the World League spot, is not going to really be too much of an issue. But right now, they need to hit those consistent results. They need to get another. I would even say get a chicken dinner right now. And if you do that today, they can catch up towards Dream Eaters and 1-2-1-8. But now they have no more room for mistakes.
Of course. And talking about chicken dinners, the chicken dinner from the last game, Unicorns Evolved. Like I said in yesterday's games, in day one, in game one, Unicorns of Love impressed us immensely by getting a 21-point game, fragging the hell out of Perks on fire. But from that game onwards, they really dropped down. They dipped and they ended up 13th overall. So will it be a repeat today? I hope not, because I want to see them carry on that momentum. I want to see them kind of go, hey, look, we got a chicken dinner in the first game of the day. Let's get another good result. Might not be a chicken dinner, but let's get another 21-point game, because with that chicken dinner that they just got, they are ever closer to the likes of Kunina Power, WSK, Heroes X.
No, what you just said about Unicorns of Love, I could correlate that also to WSK. They got themselves a really good second game yesterday on Miramar. They got themselves actually the chicken dinner. It was a very low kill count, but still a chicken dinner nonetheless. And from there on out, they just dropped. We just almost never saw them. They were picking early game fights with like UDR killers and Pachinki up north and also Sanhok on the last game. They can make a comeback. If they do just like, Unicorns of Love just did, get a big kill count game and a chicken dinner, you can put yourself back in contestment for this top 5 spot. They can do it. It's just, once again, having that mentality to be able to push forward through and just keep pressing W, or because mobile gaming, keep putting your joystick up and keep pushing forward.
Keep pressing W, but yeah, keep pressing W for that win. Anyway, so what was also nice about that last Sanhok game, Max, was that no teams got 1 point and only 1 point. Every single team got 2 points or more, and that is definitely a shift compared to what we saw yesterday. And I hope that trend continues, because when teams get closer points, whether it's up at the top, in the middle, or down the bottom, that leads to the overall standings, in my opinion, being a lot closer.
I wanted to really quark. What was that? Is that word? I don't know. Quark. I want to quark. No, I don't know. Do you know the word?
Quark to your heart's content, Max.
Thank you, Imperium.
To quark.
But I want to talk real quick about something that I'm really actually impressed by on this very first game on Sanhok, right? What you see a lot coming up from some teams when you do play, like, not only Pubg Mobile esports, but like any kind of esports, and even just like normal tournaments, like sports and everything, is that when you're in number one position, when you're at the top side of the standings, teams sometimes tend to be like, in their mentality, like, we want to hold to this position, so we must play passive. But I'm happy to see on this first game, despite 1-2-1-8, Dream Eaters been in such a good position at the very start, they went aggressive. Like, they got themselves like so many potential frags, and they went for like really aggressive positions too. And I'm happy to see that they're not going with like a passive mindset that we want to hold on to this position, we want to hoard it. No, they're still going to go for kills, because if you go passive, you're taking a chance of getting shut down by more aggressive teams. And I like to see that the mentality, at least for these two specific teams, hasn't changed.
Well, yeah, because they know that kill points is a huge element, and if two teams are on the same amount of points at the end of this regional finals, the team with the highest kill points will come out on top. So that's something that these two teams, they don't, like you said, they don't want to rest on their laurels, and they're not afraid to be aggressive, and yeah, that is nice to see.
I'm definitely really happy with it. Here it is. We're going to be slowly jumping on the green pastures of Erangel. Game number 2 of day 2, or it's going to be also game number 8, if you do count it from there. 12 games total. We slowly getting closer to the end point. And this playing path will be going over from the main point of Red Reserve City, aka Severny, and right down to Primorse. Not great for teams such as Goskiller. The likes to now really drop over to Milton Power, but they have a secondary drop, which is Gatka.
They do, but we also know that Unique has started landing on the west side of Erangel as well.
They're like George Paul.
Or they could even go to George Paul, but I have seen them go to the west side of the map as well on the coastal line. UDR Killers will most likely go to Pachinki along with WSK, I'd imagine. Dream Eaters in Yasnai. Nomad Gaming in Rosshawk, N1 in Watertown, which I despise, but hey ho. And yeah, pretty standard stuff.
Pretty standard indeed. So we're going to be seeing Goskell, as I just mentioned. They're going to go for the western coastline. Unique, like the coastline play they did yesterday is actually they did it only once. They don't usually do that. They always go for Nova or Northern George Pole. And of course for Bliss, being the mates that they are, they're going to be following Unique in that rotation, in that drop off, going to George Pole. Otherwise, it's pretty standard stuff. Like, really not really surprised by it.
It's kind of like, Unique in football is, when you have that one friend that is kind of in awe of you, and you don't really want to be, but they're trying really hard to be friends with you, so they copy what you're doing. I think that, I don't know which one is which, but that's kind of what it's like between Unique and football. It's kind of, oh, you're going there. Oh, yeah, I'm going there. Cool, because, this is such a cool place to be. But if you go somewhere else, oh, yeah, that place was terrible, But,
it's like that friend that likes every single one of your tweets,
Hey, nothing wrong with that, I love that. But yeah, I do totally get what you're saying. That phase on circle, like you did really briefly mention, is a bit unusual. It's not quite, it's 95%, actually, sorry, not 95%. There's a high chance in my eyes that's not going to be military based, but with a lot of water involved, it does, of course, take out a chunk of that mainland available. Plus, because the plane trajectory was on the opposite side, that means we're going to see some harsh rotations from teams.
What I would actually recommend, this is maybe a little bit original in the approach, but Goskillo, they love to go for multi-power if they have the opportunity to do so. So far, they're on the western coastline. Well, they say they get themselves all on the coastline, get a boat from there, or go down to Primorse to get a boat, and rotate through the south of military base. You don't want to go in the river because of course you're going to get shut down by every single team that's next to the river, and wrap around and get yourself in military power early, and then you just really have to focus on all of the western side. It would be a really original approach. We saw some teams do it. Heroes X, that worked out so good for them on Sanahawk. I would say if you want to go for a very interesting rotation, that could be a valid option for them.
That's true, but they will have to execute that really early in my eyes. They will have to execute that quickly, because otherwise they're going to have to, because if they go in between Milta and the mainland, there's WSK there, there's Team 5, there's NGG, there's Konina Power, all 4 players in a boat. That kind of leaves you as a bit of a sitting duck. So it's an interesting strategy, and I kind of agree with it, but it would have to be executed pretty quickly if you were to wrap around the south of Military Island.
Definitely that's going to be the case. NGG, I do like the fact that they really wanted to push and commit for military base. There were a few compounds around them they could have went for when they dropped. They did commit there. So I'm okay with it as long as they're careful of how they're going to be crossing, because you saw them already die. I think it was to the hands of Kunina Power when it was yesterday.
Yeah.
They got shut down instantly. So they're just got to be at least careful in the way they're going to rotate, because right now the only bridge which is going to be in phase 1 circle is going to be the eastern bridge. They can still rotate on the western bridge, but as long as they do it delayed. If you rotate there too early, teams will not have rotated away from the compound on the western bridge, and you'll get gatekeeped. We saw that happen already once. I just hope that they'll be able to choose the timing a little bit more accordingly.
Yeah, it's true. That's very true. Team that probably has the easiest rotation or the safest rotation into the circle is Red Reserve. Dropping Severny, they can easily basically rotate on the outskirts of Sawbar and come in on the east coast and end up maybe on the high ground around Mansion area, or even on the high ground around Prison. I know the real deal are there at the moment, but that's still something that Red Reserve can do. They just need to do it early.
Yeah, I mean, they have no excuse to rotate late here. They were the first team to drop on their compound. They should already be looted up. They should be already rotating almost right now. So hoping to see that happen on our feed pretty soon.
that's a really good point. The fact that they would have been
thank you.
pretty much the first team to start looting up, it means that they should, in theory, be the first team to rotate from that point of view.
Hopefully that will be the case. And as we pan on over to NGG, seeming like they are pretty loot when you are the only team that drops every single time in military base. You have all the loot, and you should be also at this point very used to looting up that location. And NGG, they're going to be having a lot of potential chances like to rotate through both bridges. They can also just get himself a boat on Novo because nobody went there. They saw Unique and Fabrice go over there. I think that they maybe also might not have the information that they committed to George Pole, so they might be like, okay, we might actually avoid Novo just in case, because sure, we know everything, they don't.
Yeah, it's very true indeed, but I think just when you put in kind of the percentage of it happening, the chance to, it would make sense that Footballers and Unique would go towards George Paul. A team that also has a relatively easy rotation is actually Nomad, because Nomad are in Rostock. They could easily just go in the bridge up on towards the north side of the river and rotate around similar to Red Reserve. But the max fighting between Heroes X and Unicorns of Love. Unicorns of Love do stop to try and get a couple of shots at Heroes X, but they will not be able to nail those down.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love were about to get arrested with that police car skin, but unfortunately not going to be able to do anything. Heroes X will be continuing on their path to find a nice position. But I got to say, one team I'm actually interested about in this circle shift is not Heroes X, but actually UDR Killers. They went central so early, which is something we don't really see. This is really unusual for UDR Killers. And I think because they know the way of the situation, they have to go for aggressive position. Getting extra positioning points is not going to be enough for them to make a comeback. They need big kill count games, and that is games they're going to be getting by aiming central on the circle.
Now we are seeing a little bit of fight potential close between Nomad Gaming and Unicorns of Love. The vehicle blows up and down goes Nicola under rotation. And yeah, okay, Nomad Gaming have been able to rotate, but they should have done what I suggested, which is basically on the north side of Rostock around Yasnai, and in that way it would have a higher chance that they wouldn't have gotten caught out by the likes of Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, because you do know where like most of the team like to drop, so it's a little bit unfortunate. That's 2 games in a row where we lose Nicola early. Feels bad, man. He doesn't even have time to play some PUBG. What the hell is that, man? Come on, give him a chance at this
You know
point.
what? He'll have to go into a couple of classics with his fellow bots. You know,
mate. Are going to be seeing a review, of course it's going to be Perks also. Like, who else gets the headshot on a moving vehicle? Looking great, looking strong once more. Unicorns of Love looking for blood as they're going to be now holding to this high ground position. This is a position Unicorns of Love are very familiar with. They took so many fights here, and their team to really excel at playing on the high ground because their team push on it. We saw it happen on the first game yesterday, right? They just absolutely dominated.
True, but I would prefer to have 2 of the players on the high ground and 2 players in the compound down below them. The reason why is because, having all 4 members on the high ground out in the open spread out is pretty good. It's very good, but you're out in the open, and I feel like there's no insurance there. There's not as much security as if you have 2 players inside the compound down below on the hill where you can retreat to should you be put under too much pressure.
I do agree. I think it would be good. I thought it was actually them because it was green, but no, it's actually got Skiller that's going to be moving in.
Yeah, I know, right?
The compound was like, wait a second, they're doing it? Oh my god, big brain Imperium, but small brain Imperium apparently. What? No, that was a little bit me. I don't know why. That was just complete. That was free real estate, man. You just take that if you want. God damn it.
The shade.
Are going to be seeing Savage X getting scattered out by Mortez Heroes X. I do like the split of Heroes X, actually. Very nice. They got they're doing the positioning that you talked about of Unicorns of Love. 2 members in the compound below. You got Solis above. I don't know where the other member is, or even if they lost one. But that's a little bit unfortunate. But Tulikov 1-1-8 going to rotate through. And he's like the YOLO player. He's the leading man. So, of course, he gets information. He's going to try and just get into a compound, allowing his team to then rotate in the circle.
Yeah, some of the teams kind of rotating pretty hairy, scary, close to each other. All of them are looking for the same kind of position, which is basically in a Milta, and that just means we're gonna see some early fights going on. Tulika goes down, and it's just, I don't know, it's like if everybody does the same thing, this kind of stuff is bound to happen.
I mean, at least they tick that section off the map, right? They're like, okay, here, we are definitely not going anymore. We're going to go for another rotation point. They might go for the rotation you recommended earlier for Nomad Gaming, which is, wrap around north. and then you get into there. Like also in circles, so they're pretty safe, but at least they got a lot of information, which is going to be very viable. And the member sure, it's a worthwhile trade at the end.
I would like to think it is. I don't think they needed to scout that deep towards Milta, but yeah, I totally get what you're saying. The information they will gain could definitely be very beneficial. Of course, the blue zone is closing in. Red Reserve made that rotation that I suggested around on the east. Footballers are also following suit, wrapping around football. It's interestingly unique is still inside North George. They don't care about no phase 1 blue zone. They will loot up and move out when they want to, which I'm okay with.
We're having some action currently unfolding on Sovnovka Island, so it'll be interesting if we do pan on over. It's currently between NGG and WSK, so we'll have to keep an eye out for that. As Tigsy pushing forward, as Kunina Pal knows, they like to go towards Milta, so they have been on it for quite a while now, gathering intel for the past few minutes. That's a nice shot coming out from Selim, hitting the headshot on the M16. Tigsy was able to somewhat assist there on Whitey. Aegon will be able to normally pull off a res, I hope. The bullets are still flying through towards Goskilla. Savage X, I don't think we'll be able to make it out of that dip just now.
Yeah, and also he's used a lot of utility, right? He's used like 3 or 4 smokes there. That smokes that could be safe for the late game. So Goskilla, yeah, okay, heat at a moment, it kind of keeps you alive, but you gotta wonder, what is that going to do to the late game? Is that going to put him in a position where it's a matter of when he goes down rather if he goes down? Now, the good thing for here Goskilla is that Heroes X are kind of looking in the same direction as Goskilla, so if Konina Power go a little bit too far forward, they could get third party.
Oh, Red Reserve, they got themselves a little bother. They got actually 2 drops behind them, one in the water, which is not really worth it, but they can potentially go get the drop that's behind them. Yeah, I talked about it right. WSK versus NGG.
Yeah.
Intrigued why WSK, a team that went on the mainland for their drop, went in Sovnovka Island. I find that very
no, it makes sense.
Why?
No, it makes sense.
I don't like it.
It's more the timing of when they did it and the fact that NGG were most likely always going to rotate from the west side, and because of the circle shift, either that or NGG could have done what you suggested, which was go to Novo, get a boat, and then go into maybe Milta Power from that direction. But no, I don't mind WSK. It's the same principle as Red Reserve rotating on the north side of the river around Yasnai. Same principle.
Yeah, the thing is why I'm a little bit surprised, because NGG always does that rotation at about this timestamp to rotate.
And that's why I said.
That's why I'm like surprised that WSK would do it for that specific bridge. Definitely the timing was key, and I don't think it was really smart for them to go for it at this stage. But we'll have to see if it does work out for all NGG or WSK. And now teams slowly going to be aiming for positions. Going to see Konina Power still really big fights, and they roam towards farm, which is a lot more central. Now it's going to be Heroes X taking a fight, but UDR Killers aiming central. But unfortunately going to be suffering. Oh my god! And that's going to be Kudo just absolutely stomping the competition and taking a 1v3 upon UDR Killers.
Now he's going to look to build up a first aid kit and
got the knock.
enough to kill onto Nano. There is one player left of UDR Killers, but I don't necessarily know where he is, to be perfectly honest. So for now, Heroes X really responding well. 4 kills already on the board for them. Still as a full squad, they've Skilla down to south of them. They have Nomad Gaming up and towards the north, as well as the Real Deal as well, higher up. But right now, they're sitting pretty in a hot property. The fact that they're 2-1-1 split gives them so much information and so much scope and perspective on what's going on around them.
And also pressure on the teams that are around them. You've got to keep that in mind. True. Definitely really good. Selim and Solis also just going to be spraying down information on Goskilla. They also got information on teams that are a little bit high up north. Which one is that actually? I think is also going to be Nomad Gaming and also the Real Deal. Those 2 teams are currently up north. They got a lot of information on them. Hopefully the Real Deal is not going to push towards Heroes X, because if that's the case, they could potentially get a really good backstab and just get a few flushes early on. But EDR Killers unfortunately down to 1 player only there, and a little bit surprised that they really, 2 games in a row, they struggled so early, despite the fact that they did shift their play style by going aggressively central, but they went for a compound that was occupied, and I think that's something that UDR Killers have to work on, is scouting.
Oh my god, that turn and shoot by Kudor, and then going up the stairs, that real clean play to get that double knockdown at the hands of UDR Killer. So great stuff by Kudor individually for his Heroes X side. Like I said, had great support from his teammate at that point, around him, and that's what helps make make a difference. He was able to kind of bait and shoot, and yeah, and in the end, it was just too much. So great play by Heroes X. Unique now going for that compound around Warehouse. Red Reserve also have Dream Eaters around them as well. So they're sandwiched between two of the strongest teams so far in the regional finals. So, you know, Red Reserve will have to be pretty damn careful on how much they peak and how heavily they essentially initiate a fight onto either of these two teams.
Of course, they're going to be holding on to Walmart. And Walmart's an interesting position. It gives you a pretty good scope on teams around you because it's such a flat terrain, but rotating away from it is pretty harsh. So all man, okay, that was a little bit scary for, I'm not going to lie, that one member of Team Unique analyst on the rooftop. He does make it back down again. But, like, of course, rotating away from here is going to be pretty harsh. So when you rotate, you need to go, like, full out on that rotation because also Dream Eaters have an angle and potentially a footballist.
But the good thing about Walmart is that there is quite a lot of space to store, like, 2-3 vehicles.
Oh, yeah.
So to disengage away from that location, at least you can have 2 or 3 vehicles to disengage away from. It also comes down to how quickly you do that compared to in comparative to that circle shift on the next phase, you know. But I totally agree with you. Disengaging away from Walmart can be tricky.
I just looked at my camera perspective. They do have 3 vehicles, so that should be still a really nice amount for Red Reserve, able to play around that quite a bit. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they can play around this. But now we're going to be seeing a few teams going for the extra rotation. WSK, actually, we did not see that right now, but I'm just going to keep guys informed. WSK did disengage away from some of the island, from Military Island.
Makes sense.
Going back to the mainland, which makes sense. They don't want to try and push up on the position of NGG. And NGG, they're going to slowly rotate on the Eastern Bridge. But Footballist, high ground versus the real deal. The real deal, they're going to be respectful. They're going to push back a little bit and reposition to potentially retake a fight versus Footballist, because seeing how Hackshot, Azzy, and Pubg are positioned, that's very aggressive on that respect.
It is. But the real deal could even kind of wrap around on the east and go more towards the coastline and maybe go around Prison. It would take a little bit longer, but there is plenty of space for the real deal to disengage from. They're not pinched between numerous teams, so there is that level of kind of calmness from where they're located.
At this point, yeah, Solke just gonna potentially find a way to rotate. Unfortunately, that exploded car will not be a valid option. And this circle, oh, that's actually really good circle. You know what? We might have actually somewhat of a passive few extra minutes. I was not really expecting that small central circle. Goskiller, I think that the team is going to be the most troublesome position same for Heroes X, because they are going to have all the teams currently in circle up north that don't have to rotate, and they now have to move, and that's going to be definitely not going too good for them. They can wrap around, but yeah.
I was going to say, Ghost Killer, just disengage, wrap around, essentially milk the power, go in through the east road, past Prison, around Mansion, because there is plenty of space on the northwest side of the circle. Of course, they don't necessarily know that, but they should also know that there's quite a good few teams to the north of them inside the circle. So calculatively, percentagely, it makes sense for them to wrap around Milta and go for the safe rotation.
I think that would definitely be a valid option. And also because the circle's somewhat shifted a little bit up north, it does mean that like north has a lot more room to play around. So it would be a more valid option to actually puncture this circle with. So, police, you know what? They're going to give up because they didn't really want to take a position, and a fight was the real deal to have a little bit of a high ground position. If I were them, I would rotate right now away because you don't have a great position. If a team starts moving towards your direction, it could also get really messed up pretty damn quickly. And I think there's definitely a lot of rotation they'll have to come into play, but most teams really don't have to move that much because of this circle.
No, Heroes X, Dream Eaters, Red Reserve, Unique, Unicorns of Love, Coney, The Power, and Team 5 and 1218 are all looking damn pretty around the circle. NGG are doing the rotation that I suggested for Ghost Skilla, a little bit more to the west, but they will be able to execute a nice clean rotation into the circle, especially considering they were all the way down in Military Island.
Unicorns of Love was a 2-2 split. The compound that's overtaken so far by Cunning the Power was the compound recommended them to take earlier. Would have been so good if they took it, because right now they would have potentially shut down Cunning the Power on their rotation, got a few frags along the way, and forced Cunning the Power to go for another compound. The fact that they just got 2-2 split on like a high ground is not helping out too much.
No, it's not, because now they're exposed. Now they're out in the open. Now they've allowed another team to get closer to them, and it makes it ever harder. Those Skilla, they've gotten into the farm area just on the edge of the south circle. N1 are aware. N1 want to respond. They'll want to create that space as well. I wonder, do Ghostkiller even know that N1 are there? Because N1 have been in farm for quite a while.
We also just saw Savage X move in the car there because it was an angle at which potentially number one could shoot it down. And I think that's actually one of the only cards, if not the only card, that they actually have in the control. So they have to protect it, like their life depends on it. Because it somehow does, because rotating away from farm without a car is almost just an absolute death trap. That's Team 5. They're going to be pushing. They're also pretty familiar with this kind of position to play around. They love to play on this kind of position. But now WSK, they're going to get pressure down, rotating pretty damn late away from the western bridge of Somnovka. They've been like, okay, I'm getting the hell out of here. Not worthwhile. But they're going to get shut down. What a nice shot from Daphne. I mean, I'm not surprised. Daphne's been getting better and better in games. And that's going to be an easy headshot on HMSC.
Yeah, look, he was a sitting duck on top of the buggy. Nothing WSK could really do. I like the fact that they attempted to disengage, but in the end, Rip will just have to try and survive as Azzy gets knocked down. I don't think the real deal are going to be able to survive too much. Daddy did get knocked down earlier on, but now the fight is raging on. N1 going for it. Agan gets knocked down to the hands of Vindex and his grenade. So the revive is going to come out. PRZ is going up. Another one maybe looking for Savage X.
I'm genuinely surprised the Ghostkiller only had one member knocked away.
I know, right?
Push. How in the hell is that even happening? Cannon Power, they got high ground position. They're taking a few shots towards Ghostkiller. So now it's a matter of time. Ghostkiller, now you have to commit. You can't go back to your compound. Got to be very cautious about this one. But now they got a few extra smokes. And Nade, that one was looking pretty good. Unfortunately, will be behind the wall. You're gonna have to push for them gently. And number one, they got him knocked away. This is maybe the time to strike for Ghostkiller. They're still taking a really long time to wait for the prime opportunity to push upon number one.
Yeah, Ghostkiller have kind of better angles wrapping around the warehouse, but because N1 are in that warehouse all together, they can basically push more aggressively onto Ghostkiller as a team, and that's why we're seeing Savage X kind of disengage away, go into the high ground of the house to try and basically catch out the angles of the members of N1, as in any way disengage outside of that warehouse.
We did see the circle just a few minutes ago go actually pretty heavily down south, a little bit more also to the western side. It's also not a hardship whatsoever. Most teams are actually in the circle, but going to force teams like Red Reserve to move up, and also for Dream Eaters and Team Unique. It is the fight versus number one is so going to be coming up, and which team will be able to come out on top?
Like this.
Information. Oh, but PRZ with a nice peek on that third-person perspective. He tries to go for the flush. I don't know why he did it. He knew Savage X was positioned in the distance. That's very unnecessary, but Savage X is going to get straight to the car to rotate faster. It is going to be very hard because you're so predictable doing that kind of rotation. I would say Savage X, I would say just leave. That is not a fight you want to take right now.
Yeah, definitely 100%. Just let Agon bleed out, but he's not going to disengage. Blue Zone is going to be closing in the next 35 seconds. Savage X feels like his back is against the wall. I don't think N1 know that it's just Savage X left standing. I think they think there's another player maybe on the other side of the warehouse. The PRZ does indeed confirm Agon from Ghostkiller's Red Reserve are disengaging away from Footballers. Red Reserve, they rotated outside of Walmart. They then wrapped around on the east side. They are just about hanging on to the edge of the circle. Footballers, we know how aggressive they can be. They have no problem engaging and hard going onto a team, but they got to be careful.
Red Reserve, so you're going to be popping up in your kill feed. Morteza is going to be instantly shut down. What a spray from Soke, resulting in an instant death upon Heroes X. Now Footballers are going to be sending two members a little bit more forward. They want to try and push on upon the position of Heroes X. But the thing is, where Heroes X are currently positioned towards the underground, you're really predictable in your way you play around this. It's not a great position to hold on to, but because how the circle shifted, it's kind of it's necessary for you to hold on to.
It is. We just lost our first beat now. WSK have gone down in 16th place, but Beast does also now go down and we lose NGG. I was going to say, just before we lost two teams, that we surprisingly still had 16 teams, but 44 players were left standing. That's because of the hard phase one circle, the plane trajectory, which meant that a lot of rotations caused a lot of players to kind of go down from individual teams. We've also now just lost UDR Killers, 13 teams, 40 players, and this is just a circle compounding, bringing the teams closer together.
So again, one more sweaty, still 13 teams at this stage of the game on phase 5 is definitely a really big concentration of players, and things are about to get bad because there are no compounds.
Yeah.
There are no compounds for the next circle shift. Things are going to get damn sweaty. So now teams that take control are going to be the better. I think Unicorns of Love have one of the better positions as long as they get back as a full squad, not as a 2-2 split. Because right now they have one of the only high ground positions to hold on to, which means a lot of information, a lot of pressure on rotating teams, which I think they've got to try and capitalize on ASAP.
Yeah, they've really got to try and push teams back as much as possible, create however much space that they can in this phase 5. It's already shrunk enough as it is. It is going to be hard because they can get third party from multiple angles. Dream Eaters trying to hold on there in the north side of the circle, outside of the circle, should I say. Time's ticking, 1 minute until the blue zone closes in. They have Heroes X and Unique either side of them, but those two teams are also not inside the circle.
Oh, so many teams out of the circle. Currently, we only have The Real Deal, Unicorns of Love, and a little bit of Footballist really just barely
also,
on the eastern side.
Only the power in a tiny way are inside the circle, up, yeah. But yeah.
They are slowly trying to move their way up there, but they're getting pressured by Unicorns of Love because it's the compound Unicorns of Love were aiming for earlier. Despite the fact that they're not aiming for it, you know what? It's somehow favored Unicorns of Love because they just didn't move.
Yeah, but it would have been easier for Unicorns of Love to disengage, and plus it would have been a higher chance that Konina Power wouldn't be behind them, which means that there's a higher chance that they wouldn't have gotten backstabbed in this phase or maybe phase 6. So
just like a nice turn of events. It's like, oh, you know what? It's actually not too bad, but it still would have been a great position for them to deny positioning of Konina Power, reduce numbers in this game. But Dream Eaters, they're finally leaving their compound of earlier. But that nade from Selim could be huge, right next to the dip of that hillside. Here the nades bouncing around. Not going to get anything done, but I still thought that was going to be a really good attempt from Selim, I do have to say. As now Selim going to get headshot by Lovers and a Footballist. Despite the fact that they have such a good position, Heroes X are getting denied away here, surprisingly enough. And now the Blue Zone's going to be moving up, and they're going to have to potentially push in the underground segment, which is never a good thing to do at this stage.
Tell you what, this is just not easy for a lot of these teams. Nomad Gaming always rotate hard when they need to. Go Skillet, go down. Unicorns of Love, Nomad Gaming, number 1, all fighting as the action is just blowing up on the southwest side of this map. Bodies are hitting the floor in amongst the smoke. Left, right, and center. Heroes X confirmed.
How many teams are over here? God, I think we have like 5. Things are definitely getting damn sweaty over here. As Go Pack over Red Reserve get eliminated in, what is that? I don't even know. That was like 11?
Maybe 10th or 11th. I don't know. Absolutely
I have no
crazy.
idea. We can't even follow through with that. But number 1, they are definitely struggling, that's for sure. Dream Eaters, they're going to have to move across the road. They are the team currently, I would even say, in the worst position as they do have a member knocked away. Meku's going to get res back up by Advocate, but still, they have to cross the road. And The Real Deal, they're not going to allow that to happen.
Plus, the circle did shift down south. The only team that's really inside the circle at this stage of the game is Konina Power, and maybe now Footballers as they look to drive through. Dream Eaters onto the members of Unique, absolutely popping off, and now Talon trying to clap back, looking into the members of N1 in amongst the smoke, just going for that Kobe play.
And they still got perks, that's all you need at this stage, and he's going to be doing some work. Look, they already got 1 frag popping up on the kill feed, but Footballists, they have to force up forward. And they do cross the road, which is going to be the hardest way. They did lose a member on the other side. They're not going to be able to res it back up, but there's still a 2-man army. The plays are still possible as Perks gets shut down and backstabbed. And potentially crawl his way back to Talon and get res back up. It's still not over for him.
Yeah, that push by Footballers to get into the circle, only losing Rom, was actually really nice. And that was helped by the fact that the majority of the teams that were fighting in the last kind of 2 minutes were on the southeast area of the map, which meant that there was a lot more space for Footballers to go across the road. Of course, Dreamers are now making their way forward. Azzy and Hackshot, they got 3 vehicles around that hood. Molotov throws out. It's 3 against 2. It's going to be incredibly hard. Nice by Azzy to get 1 knockdown. Now he goes back inside the wall. Hackshot throws up, crouches in, gets another knockdown. Leaves Meku, the last player standing, as he tries to wrap around the wall, but backstabbed as Real Deal get taken out by Footballers and keeps Meku alive.
What the hell? They just got saved. That was such a close call. I'd have to say, but Meku's going to be keeping the hopes alive of Dream Eaters. As X are going to be checking some more nades towards Footballers. Can he get some work done? As 1-2-1-8 going to be dropping to the floor. They'll be taking, what is that, 6th or 5th position? I guess it's going to be actually 5th position for Dream Eaters. Meku does indeed die. The circle shifting over to Footballers and Konina Power. Can they get themselves their second chicken dinner of the adventure of the European Regional Finals? We'll have to see, but Unicorns of Love, number one, still pushing down, as number one going to be losing another one. That's going to be Vindex, as PRZ was just that slim tree to protect him.
I think this sums up the last couple of minutes. Is another one bites the dust over and over again. But now as you get into phase 7, 3 teams are left. It was 4, but number one get eliminated. Now we're down to Konina Power, Unicorns of Love, and Footballists. Unicorns of Love are outside the circle, whereas Footballists in Konina Power, they are very close to each other. We do see a grenade being thrown out by Gonzo, nearly connects onto Sulke, not quite. He has that little dip, he's prone down, he knows there's somebody very close to him, plus the fact that Konina Power do have, I believe, a full squad up, that does give them a man advantage.
I have an impression of deja vu right now. Every single time you have 3 teams, the team that fights fights last is going to be potentially the team that take the win. Despite the fact you have still a huge man advantage going over to Konina Power. Still has 4 members. It's a 4v2v2. And Unicorns of Love, they're going to be the WSK of that Miramar game of yesterday. We did see they're just going to wait for the fight to happen. And when it does break out, they're going to try and third party and steal the win away. The Footballists, with that angle, I don't think they're really Konina Power in an effective manner. And they still got some utility, which could be huge. But here it is. Unicorns of Love are going to be slowly pushing towards. Talon gets the shutdown on Sulke. And Perks will be the one to get Gonzo down off Konina Power. Things are getting damn sweaty over here.
Okay, so they are going up against each other one by one. Players are being knocked down, but like I said, it doesn't matter so much for Konina Power because they have that man advantage. Lavazan looking to try to get the revive onto Sulke. Talon did keep going. Perks is following suit. The 2-man team of Unicorns of Love going down the hill, looking for Footballers. Want to wipe them out so they can focus solely on Konina Power. All the while, Konina Power are just waiting out. They're going to find a pixelated body close by. Sulky did get revived up, and Talon gets knocked down.
I mean, also, they're trying to shut down Footballists, but they get sandwiched up between Konina Power and Footballists at this stage. Definitely a little bit of a mistake on my side of thing. But Perks left alone. They know he got knocked away. They know there's only a 2-man team, and Perks is going to get... Oh, my God! One. He gets 2. Perks on an absolute beast. Robtony is going to be over there in the distance with Tixie. I did not expect that to happen. Instantly flush it out. You want to get every single kill you can get. Konina Power still in action and can still claim the game.
Perks, marry me and have my children. God damn it, such incredible play. And now he's going to look for Robinini, but he just gets shut down. And the game goes over to Konina Power. What an attempt by Unicorns of Love. What a game from Perks. Man, god damn it.
Damn, that was such a close attempt. I gotta say, Perks, you deserve almost MVP for that last 2 moves. They got like a double kill on members of Konina Power. I think this wonder wasn't confirmed, so they do potentially lose 1 kill on that. But still, what a great performance from Footballists, Unicorns of Love, and Konina Power. But Konina Power, at the end of the day, will be the team to get himself #1 position with 29 points. You know what? Konina Power, they went 3rd. There's 29 points. They're gonna come in damn handy.
Yeah. But let's not forget they got a bad result last game, so they're kind of they're going to be back to square one. Basically, that's what I mean. They're going to be kind of back to square one of the start of day 2. It's nice to see them bounce back, though. Incredible result for them. That compound that they took over, that essentially Unicorns of Love gave to them, has now gone in their favor, and they were able to get that chicken dinner. Great result by Footballers that were on the east side of the map as well, and they got a couple of great plays, and they took down Heroes X, they took down Red Reserve, they took down a number of teams, plus because of all the action that was going on down the southwest, that did, like I said, gave them more space to get into the last couple of circles.
Well, there you go. That's the first Wrangle game of the day. We've got 2 more. That was such an insane finish. I do have to say, absolutely loved every single second of it. I love this move of when Kuda pushed upon UDR Killers. I don't think he knew he got a knockdown on the other member that was pulling off the race. He was like, oh, okay, can I push? I don't know. Then he went for it once he was joined up by, I believe it was Selim, and they got an easy team wipeout in that specific compound. Then the weird move of Goskiller, when they pushed upon number 1, I don't think they should have really pushed. I think they should have just waited in their respective building and tried to rotate when the circle did shift. They still had, like, what was it, 2 cars, I believe. So a little bit surprised that they actually pulled off that move. I think Goskiller had a way better opportunity to just rotate through, but they didn't do it.
There was definitely some mistakes made by some teams, and like Goskiller specifically, in my eyes, just kind of played a bit like
I think that's
like it was just kind of, it wasn't properly coordinated. It was very kind of narrow-minded, and they just got pinched too much. They used too much utility early on, and that kind of essentially aided in them being taken out.
As you check out the stats of Kunina Power, total kills 9. Even though it's not the top kill, you know what? Actually, the top kill is going to be for Footballist. They got himself actually double-digit kill count, so it's really strong from them. The total damage is going to be 1,600. But they stole actually quite a bunch there, do you have to say, Kunina Power. I think it's maybe because Footballist and Unicorns of Love were fighting each other and actually just stole those frags away from each other a little bit, and Kunina Power to control really late in the game, so they could just wait for the fights to happen around them and just take it away.
They didn't steal, they just took advantage of an opportunity. They were opportunistic.
We already talked about this, me taking your TV, but I won't talk about that again. That's fine.
I will take your baguettes, okay?
Okay, that's not allowed. Okay, you can't leave France, okay, with baguettes. If you leave France with baguette, okay, you're going to get shut down by the police.
Is there a baguette tax?
Yeah, there's a baguette tax, man. I'm so sorry to say that. But, of course, going to be checking out 2 members of Footballist, 2 members of Unicorns of Love. And, of course, it wouldn't be a proper top 4 if you don't have Footballist up there. Look at that absolute legend. 1,200 damage as a one-man army. Some teams struggle to get on his own. He just does it, like, on a consistent basis at this point.
And, like I said, a little bit similar to the first game of the day. And a nice, refreshing difference from yesterday's games is that the team that, you know, finished first isn't necessarily in the top players, didn't necessarily get the highest amount of kills, so we are seeing a little bit more evenly distribution of kills once again across the whole lobby. Can't deny what Unicorns of Love and Footballers did though. The top player speaks for itself. They did fantastically to get into the top 3.
Damn, I mean, we've still got 2 more games of Wrangle. Like, I just can't wait to see how these things come out. I want to actually see the damage graph. I think that's going to be the most interesting thing.
True.
I was going to be going over the overall rankings very firstly. Kunina Power, man, they are catching up. They're about, like, what is it? 15, actually a little bit less, like 12
11
points away.
Yeah.
From Team 1218.
One point though dividing 1218 and Dream Eaters. That's like you said, 17 points dividing the top 3. That is really good. And Unicorns of Love, Unicorns of Love climbing up the redemption day. We saw in the MENA region, Yala Esports starting day 2 and 8th and finishing on top. Could we see something similar from Footballers? From Unicorns of Love? Can they really pull it out of the bag? I don't know. But I tell you what, they're certainly giving themselves the best damn chance.
I mean, they've woken the hell up on this second day. So far, only good performances. Yeah. Overall, really good rankings. Like, starting off with a chicken dinner, then also a 3rd position on Game 2 on Orango. I've got to say, this is definitely the path of success for them. Now, can they keep on hitting those point averages and just also get themselves maybe another chicken dinner? That would be a way to seal the deal for them. Hopefully, that will be the case. And whoa, Unicorns of Love on top of the mountain with that 2.5k damage total. Looking really good.
I just love this, like, you know. It's, incredible stuff coming out. Nice to see, like I said, a bit more of a distribution in terms of the damage, the kill points. You know, even the real deal getting 1,000 damage, Dream Eaters getting nearly 1,500, Ghost Killer getting 1,000 damage, Heroes X as well. But there's no point in really getting the damage right if you're not converting them into kills and kill points, and of course placement points. And talking about placement points, I really can't help being the devil's advocate and go, if Unicorns of Love had taken that compound away from Kunina Power, would Unicorns of Love have gotten the chicken dinner?
I was about to mention that, actually. I find that really interesting, where you might think if they did aim for the compound, maybe they would have got the chicken dinner. Who knows? But with that said, thanks so much for watching. This very first Wrangle game of the day has been great. We've still got 2 more to come, but game number 3, that one is going to be on Vikendi. Stick around if you want to check that game out. 2 games down, 4 more to go before we do crown the top 1 team that will be going to the World League West. And next game is going to be on Vikendi. Let's go, some chili action coming up after such a great performance once again from Unicorns of Love. A chicken dinner and a 3rd position kicking off day 2. What a better way to kick it off.
Yeah, of course, an incredible evolution coming out from day 1. In the end of day 1's games, they were on a 6-point average per game, okay? They've climbed that up to 10.75. That's nearly double the average points per game after only 2 games today. Incredible improvement. I don't know where that was on day 1 bar the first game we saw, but at the end of the day, if they're showing up now, that's the most important thing. Like, we're still waiting for Nomad Gaming to do that. They need to wake up. I don't know if it's because of the time of the day, but they're really struggling to kick off their regional finals.
Yeah, I'm hoping they'll be able to make it work out, because the rotations that they've been known for every single time, such smart and like clean rotations, they're struggling to pull them off a little bit. Maybe they're just having a bad weekend, which unfortunately happening during the regional finals. To have a bad weekend is a little bit of a bad timing, but of course so far, like Unicorns of Love, they've woken up, you said, like putting up their average from 6 to 10 upon 2 games, and you still got 4 more to go. That is definitely a huge improvement, and I just hope they can keep on getting that average point in game coming up. And also, I will say, go check out the the Unicorns of Love mobile Instagram. They got a lot of good memes. They're really good. Go check them out.
You and your memes.
I love the memes.
Absolutely meme-erific. But yeah, other teams that were also kind of hovering on the edge of getting really strong results is Heroes X and WSK. Both teams, in my eyes, have kind of evolved really nicely, but there's just something missing in terms of how they're executing the end of the game, and it's kind of making them fall a little bit flat.
I definitely do agree. I think they can still make it work out, but like the teams that are going to be taking control of this Vikendi game is the team that aims central. That's what happened on yesterday's Vikendi game, and it was won actually by Dream Eaters that went dead central like so damn quickly. Yeah. I think any team can take this game as long as you're the first team to like really double down on a specific compound in the center. If you're able to do that, it can be literally anybody's game. That's a good thing about a map of Vikendi, I think, is that if you're able to rotate efficiently, it's going to be rewarded later on down the line. Pretty sure it will be rewarded, at least as long as you play accordingly to your strength, to your position.
Totally agree. A team, when you're talking about Vikendi, that in my eyes, I normally would put together like baguette and wine, or cheese and wine, or French people and wine, would be Red Reserve, to be honest. And they're a team that really do need to kick things off as well. Their placement points have been actually fairly consistent, but it's their lack of kill points. They've got the lowest amount of kill points. 10 kills in 8 games. Like, I know it's a game of survival, but you're kind of taking that as a literal definition, guys.
Especially when you have like a player like Victor, like you want to like just let him unleash his absolute hellfire upon the enemy teams. Like, I want to see the aggressive Red Reserve that I know and love, because I know they can pull it off and I know they can push on forward. Still got 4 more games. It's still possible. I'm just hoping that this will be just a nice comeback situation for them. Here it is. This plane pass is going to be coming up from Peshkova down to Milnar. Not going to be a bad plane path. Teams like to go over to like Kreshas, which is actually the position that Red Reserve like to go for. Dobre Mesto or Port might be a little bit out of their way, but otherwise it should be a-okay, as it is a 6x6 map.
If I'm not mistaken, yesterday's Vikendi game, the plane trajectory was more on the west and the phase on. Actually, no, sorry, it was on the east, and the phase 1 circle was very heavily on the west and southwest. Whereas this time, it's the plane trajectory is very much complementing this phase 1 circle. A lot of teams who are dropping out are already basically inside the circle, so it should hopefully mean that we will see a bit more of a passive early game. The teams that are outside the circle will hopefully be able to rotate in pretty nicely. Of course, middle of the circle will be a bit of a priority, as you've seen time and time again from these teams. Hopefully they'll be able to get in pretty smoothly.
I mean, also, this is a circle that through PMC, at least for the European teams, and also on the past regional finals, this circle has came up so many times around the vicinity of Castle. These teams have potentially experience. I don't know for like, CIS, Germany, or Turkey, but I know that the European teams, they have experience. They should, going into this game of Vikendi, should be one of the teams, some of the teams that should potentially perform or rotate the most efficiently. This is an opportunity, I would say, for Red Reserve, which is a team that is known for being comfortable. on a map such as, you know, Vikendi to be able to get themselves a good performance, hoping they can, of course, pull it off. Also, UDR Killers, they had some up and downs on the map, but like overall, they know how to play around. Their strength is on a map such as Vikendi. So I'm just hoping really this is going to be the one to work out for them.
And because most of the teams are already inside the circle and are already in compounds that are very well inside the circle, that kind of does, even though Vikendi is very high in compounds, it does actually eliminate a lot of compounds available. Like when I'm looking around, like N1 are on a 2-2 split, which is really good. That eliminates a compound. Dream Eaters are on a 2-1-1 split as of right now. So they have kind of a couple of compounds out of play. Same with kind of 1-2-1-8. So in terms of locations from the north side, Mount Kresnik is really the only viable option for one of the teams to really kind of call their home for now in this phase one. And even on the west, there's not really much because you don't really want to go in or be around Dino Park for too long.
I really do like the fact that Dream Eaters took a lot of control on that western side, because seeing how these dropping locations happen during the scrims, also during yesterday's game, and also on the first attempt of the regional finals, is the fact that nobody really drops too heavily around Villa. So like, okay, well, we can just branch out, get all the loot, because Villa is some, you know, is still some decent loot, but maybe not for an entire squad. For 2 members, sure. Any more than that, you might start being a little bit thin on your actual loot. So they just said, okay, you guys can branch out. We know nobody likes to drop around here. Get control, get also information by the time being, and then we just get back together after.
Exactly. Information, that is so key. And it's even similar for Heroes X. They landed in Cement Factory, and that can be a little bit weak with loot. So they sent 2 players, Morteza and Solis, a little bit down the south west direction by the bridge, and they've been able to loot up a couple of other compounds, and that has meant that they're kind of going for 2-2 split. Now, with 1-2-1-8, who disengage away from Podvosto extremely early, which I absolutely love, means there's a higher chance they're not going to get caught out going through that bridge, and they're going to be able to get a better location inside the circle. Look at what they're doing. It's so good.
Happy Imperium noises. Oh, they moved away from Podvosto. I love it. But like, yeah, of course, like Podvosto on the edge of circle is not great to hold on to. You want to maybe aim for compounds, but also more central towards castle. Makes sense.
It wasn't really the fact that they're moving away from Podvosto. It was more the fact that the time that they're moving away, that it was
central.
It was very early. That's what I like.
Yeah, because you see in Dream Eaters, they're rotating, but like the timing is spot on to the point of like maybe Dream Eaters are aiming for the compound of 1-2-1-8, and they might actually just gatekeep it. But I think they're going to stop to the compound that's on the cross section of that road. I don't think they're going to go really any further, and they will indeed not go any further. They're going to stop on a compound right next to castle. As 1-2-1-8 going further down south, a bit more down south than actually what I thought of.
Yeah. Of course, rotating further for longer in the early parts of the game, when it's a situation like this, a higher chance you can get caught out. But because Heroes X and M1 are kind of fighting against each other, 1-2-1 have kind of generally been able to get to their compound on the side of the river relatively unscathed.
I mean, a fight on castle. I think this is our first castle fight. That was a pretty damn good molly. If that was a nade, a little bit more to the left, would have been spot. But yeah, like first fight in castle, I think we had a chance of casting yet. It will be interesting to see who will be taking it. Will it be number 1? Will it be Heroes X? I'm not too sure. But the entirety of Heroes X, Mortez and Solis will be joining on through. And you talked about the fact that number 1 are doing a 2-2 split. They are not prepared for this fight.
Yeah, I do worry about them in this kind of situation. When I think of castle, I think of this little poem of like, you know, you're the king, who's the king of the castle, and you're a dirty rascal. I don't know why I said that, but that rhyme always kind of comes into my head when I think of castle. So who's going to be the dirty rascal of castle?
I think of the show castle. Like that's the one I think about.
What Takeshi's castle?
No. There's a show that was called Castle, and it's like
Never heard of it.
like a detective slash police.
Okay.
Show. I loved it. It was so cool because the main protagonist, man, she was sexy.
Okay, dude, come on. Hey, put your baguette away, okay? Put your baguette away.
Oh, gee, believe. Okay, Imperium. I'm so sorry, but I only see you now. Don't worry.
Thank you. Yeah, you were making.
I didn't know you at the time.
Okay, so Kudor did get knocked down, so that was nice by M1. And I would like to see the 2 other players of M1 now join in, respond well to that push by Heroes X, and join up as a 4-man team to try and close out that fight as much as possible. What these 2 teams have got to be aware of is that 1-2-1-8 or across the river inside that compound. So the third party from a distance could definitely come into contention.
That could definitely be the case. I'm just scared that, like, basically Heroes X and number one are cancelling out each other from rotating away. If Heroes X leave, backstab by number one. If number one leave, backstab by Heroes X. So they're basically cancelling out each other and locking himself up in castle. And if the circle shifts away, all these players are taking a really big gamble of getting taken out. And I think that here, rotating from Heroes X going on to castle was like a gamble that should have never been overtaken. As Unicorns of Love, gonna try and push towards Dream Eaters, but I'm a little bit scared because some teams are still up north. If a team tries to push on their vicinity, Unicorns of Love could get cornered up.
And Unicorns of Love, after having two fantastic games, they do not want to go early in this third game. They want to keep up their momentum. They have moved up from 13th to 5th overall. Incredible run of games as Perks the man of the hour, the man of the 2 days. I would actually honestly call him the MVP of the regional finals at this stage. Looking for Meku inside that building.
Hey, we still got 4 more games. We'll see at the very end who is going to be the MVP after. Oh my god, that's a risky rotation. Love is going to be instantly shut away. Nice shutdown for Meku. Getting that nice headshot. But yeah, I'm surprised they did that like in the open. They had some rocks. They could have like just rotated behind. A little bit risky. That's going to make them lose 1 member. At least it's not 2. They could have lost 2. That would have been really bad.
I was just going to say, like, losing only 1 player in that disengagement, it's not too bad, in fairness. But now, as Solus is knocked down, we see the 4 members of M1 join together. Something I very much recommended for them to do, to overtake Castle. They do not want to give it over to Heroes X. And I think that has forced Heroes X to disengage in the majority way of Castle and just try and hold on by the skin of their teeth.
Just cuddling up over there, just waiting, hopefully, to just leave. Oh, they get scattered up by PRZ. He hits 1 bullet. And there's a little bit of a 17 damage coming up. So it's still interesting to see how that castle fight will be unfolding later on.
NGG rotating down from Winery. It's a tough position because you're out in the open and the real deal do have compound protection. Yes, there's a couple of trees. Yes, there's a couple of rocks, but it's really not going to be easy for NGG to disengage. And you got to think they have plenty of space behind them. Why don't they just throw out a couple of smokes, wrap back up the hill into Winery and look for a different way to rotate for the center of the circle?
I'm surprised. I would love to see potentially the replay of that if we can, but like, why did Dust get next to that building when he saw the card? That means that compound was occupied. It was not worthwhile. He should have rotated really just widely around it. A little bit surprised. There's only 1 member they do lose from that. At least they do get the information. It's compound is open. Frost will be getting that compound under control, but Victor and Novaz going to be also very spread, which is very surprising. I don't know what Novaz is doing over there. But he's going to be crashing into the compound of Unicorns of Love. Very messy on the rotation, I do have to say.
Yeah, really messy, to be honest. That's going to alert Unicorns a lot. They know exactly who is over there. Well, not exactly who, but they know there is a body in Tovar, and they will not want to give him too much space to get closer. Unicorns of Love as Nomad, and Nomad is kind of pinched between Ghost Skilla and Dream Eaters.
Things could go pretty bad. Novaz, if he takes that kite, could get instantly shut down head. Oh, their Perks has the perfect angle. And that's why I have no idea why Novaz aimed to go into that compound. It's not going to work out, and you have no idea if a team is localized there. Frost had like the perfect compound. He said, there's nobody here, we can overtake it. And yet Novaz went there. I think there's a big lack of communication. And I'm really sad because I know they can do it. It's just, they're somewhat falling apart right now. Yeah.
Mentality and frustration, it's getting to them as a team. The emotions, everything, and just the focus that isn't really there, to be perfectly honest. I think part of that is because they are playing overall passive as a team, and it's like you said, it's not really how they naturally play. And when you're put out of your comfort zone like that, it can just build up and put a lot more pressure on how you play the game.
Yeah, I want to see the aggressive Red Reserve that we all know and love. That is definitely something that I think is missing out for them. Focus on another team for Bliss. They're going to go for the rotation. You know what? The circle is somehow shifting in favor. Castle finish. I mean, I called it a few times. It never happened. I would like it to happen. It would be so fun, but like so bad for the players too, because it sucks to have a Castle finish.
Yeah, indeed. There is a couple of teams in around Volnovo and Hot Springs, UDR Killers and Cunning and Power. They always seem to kind of get pretty close to each other upon rotations. It's not the first time they've they've done a rodeo together in Pubg Mobile and fought against each other. So let's see how that does pay off. Unique have gotten a pretty nice position. They rotated from where they landed in Hot Springs as Football has taken a couple of shots.
Ooh, that was a little bit spicy. They got 3 members in one car. You know, it could be a little bit risky. Nomad Gaming, they're not going to release that pressure. But, you know, for Bliss, it's not their first rodeo. They're going to keep on pushing forward and hopefully getting stuff to a building. But this is going to be also as number one, potentially can deny some repositioning, can get a lot of angles because Castle, even though it's not a great position to reposition from, it's high ground. So much information is given from there.
By the way, I like that little jump by the member of M1 just to confirm that there's somebody in that location, which in this case is Dream Eaters. It's not much, but it's that little thing that really can make a difference because now they know that information. Now that they know there's a team in that compound ahead, they can avoid it. They can wrap around it. They can react in a lot better way as a team, and it's good stuff from M1.
I do definitely like it. Just a little bit more intel is never a bad thing. Nothing as too much information in PUBG Mobile. And GG still on their mountains up, you know, not quite willing to push. I mean, I understand it. Definitely pushing downhill on a compound hill by the real deal is never something you want to try and aim towards. Yeah.
Like, the fact that phase 2 kind of shifted more down south, that's kind of favoring NGG a little bit. It's giving them a bit more time to peak and not engage onto the real deal, but essentially not think too much about where they want to rotate to because they're still well inside the circle. But I still think that's a little bit tunnel vision. It's a little bit narrow-minded from NGG that they should think, okay, if we can't engage, let's just get the hell out of there. And it's what they're doing now, but I feel they should have done that like 3 minutes ago.
I definitely do agree on that point, but I just want to say also, we saw on the feed just a few seconds ago, Heroes X pop up. Cuter, I think, got himself a flush on a member of number one.
Okay.
You know what? They may be able to reverse the steam on that castle engagement. But yeah, NGG, I do like the fact that they just left it completely. It's just not worthwhile. You want to try and find yourself a better position as a circle is slowly going to be shifting towards phase 3. Will my prayers be answered? Will it go towards castle to see all these players cry and just rotate in fear towards that castle position?
They'll be crying a river.
Because there's a river in the circle?
Yeah, and its name was... Okay. It's cool. It's cool. But it does shift down to southeast. I was honestly expecting to go towards Volnova Hot Springs. We've seen that kind of circle before. Castle is still in play, so let's not discount it, of course. But I do think
there's a chance.
Yeah, there's a much slimmer chance.
Also, number one, what they can do is actually go north of Castle. There's still like 2 bridges they could potentially rotate, especially the western bridge. I think that'll be a valid option because now 1218, they're also applying the pressure. They want a piece of that castle cake, but they won't be resulting in too much. And if number one are able to rotate way up north, that would release the pressure of Heroes X and they could potentially rotate. But their car is now fuming. They are, I believe, going to have to cross through the water and swim through because taking that car through the bridge is never going to work out with 1218 applying so much pressure.
Honestly, they would be better off just kind of trying to hold on and hold out and hope they don't get spotted. But you got to wonder that all it's going to take is a couple of grenades and we could see the end of Heroes X.
Yeah, but Cuter is down there, picked up by the nade of Poles.
Now go for the push. Have PRZ on top of that kind of castle tower and pushing back 1218 and allow the other 2 members of N1 to engage and confirm that squad wipe on the Heroes X. Take those bodies away. Take that variable away and put it more in your control to disengage away from castle.
I would personally wouldn't push that because they got a few shots taken at them by 1218. I would say it's a little bit like, you know, risky to commit. And you already got the nade. It was behind a wall. It's not going to get stolen by 1218. I think they can just potentially leave it somehow bleed out if it doesn't get rest back up, which might happen too. But it's definitely depending on like their play stuff. They want to go aggressive or passive. That's definitely in their hands.
Okay, so NGG did disengage away from the real deal, and they are wrapping around Winery. But what I worry about is Footballers is also heading in that direction as well. And that's where NGG, if they hadn't disengaged 4 or 5 minutes ago, they could avoid a potential engagement with Footballers right now as Buju gets knocked down by Rip, which is G36.
And some nice few shots trying to come out there, not quite able to put to work out. But Footballers now pushing upon NGG. I'm just a little bit scared because if a team tries to rotate and ramp around Winery, things could get pretty sweaty for them. Luckily enough, nobody's going to do it, but at this point, you just never know how teams are going to rotate on a map of the Kendi. But one nade that is the one way to counter these kind of positionings of teams that try to breach upon compounds of the Kendi behind the walls. Nades and mollies are the better way to do it.
True, plus you do have Forever kind of wrapping around to maybe find an angle, and indeed he does, although he is attaching onto Lutz. Ron claps back, knocks down Cupid, they trade, knocks attach. He's also very low on health.
And wasn't going to go and help up Lutz. He wants to go for the res. Forever, you know what, didn't go too far for that split. I think could have continued wrapping around. I think it would have been really useful knowing how much pressure they applied on Futbolist. But now they've got at least 2 members making it through in the first building. Now they can actually just go in there and rest, have a little bit more time on their hands. But NGG still got cards. I would say, if I were NGG personally, I would not take a fight. You know, in the kill feed is Futbolist. You know how aggressive they are, and NGG is not the team that like goes all out in their aggressive play. So I would say just get into the cards and rotate away, which is seeming like they are going to do that. And I think that's like the best course of action for them.
Yeah, both teams are kind of respecting each other. Of course, that knockdown on the Futbolist did give NGG a bit more time to disengage, and now as you see the next phase exposing itself, it shifts up north. Maxman's a happy boy right now. It does shift towards Castle, and a lot of Volnova is in play. And you know what's really important about holding on to Volnova? Even though I don't agree with staying in there, but if you're going to stay in there, get on top of the roof.
Rooftop meta.
Yeah, you gotta hold on to those roof plays. Gives you much higher ground. You're able to scope in and push teams back.
Yeah, like it would definitely be the better way to play around it. I would say just go on the outskirts of Volnova, go up north or over on the western side would be the better position like that. You don't get really pressured too heavily and you can easily rotate away. As Beast, oh boy, that was a close call, able to heal back up though. But Tixie, that's a risky move, and I think we can all say that I'm not expecting that to go too well for Tixie. He's going to be open Forever, potentially has an angle on him too. He's going to get shut down. And Tixie, that risky play is actually worthwhile. I say that swiftly, Beast will be coming out of the shadows and picking up that one knockdown on Tixie. He wants to go for the flush, but he knows that now he took those shots, he's given his position away. He can't commit any thirds. He can't shut down Tixie just yet.
I know NGG were kind of rotating before that circle was exposed, but I kind of feel like Canina Power should have been a little bit more prepared as a team for a team going into Volnova, wherever that circle shift was, because Volnova was so well inside the previous phase. So they did kind of get caught out a little bit. The revives will come out onto Robadini, so they will be able to hold on. And of course, because Forever got knocked down, Beast has been able to revive him up, stopping NGG in their tracks.
You see, like here, in this specific scenario, if they went for the rooftops, what you just called, would have been a completely different ball game for or NGG or Canina Power.
Yeah.
Because they could not have been able to respond in an effective manner. And like, for example, if NGG won rooftops and you had Tixie that was just going in the open, easy shutdown, like literally the easiest shutdown you could have gone for. They did get the flush at the very end, so they do get at least one kill. They're very only kill that they got so far in this game. The Canina Power, they're going to rotate away. They don't want to overstay. They welcome. Be careful. Frost is a little bit higher up, but actually, is this the last member of Red Reserve?
No, there's
still
two
got
players
Victor
left. Yeah, you got Victor and Frost, but they are very much disengaged away from each other, which I don't like. Plus, they actually went into Volnova, which, yeah, okay, fair enough. I
went from like north to the west to the south. Is like they're just wrapping around a lot of times. Going to see where the next circle plays Castle. When they go in that big boy F, sad Maxman noises right there.
It's okay. But of course, the coastal line of the west side of the river is very much in play. Volnovo is also out of contention. And guess who is inside the circle? 1218. WSK also hold onto a nice position. And Dream Eater. So two teams that are in the top two are very nicely inside the circle.
For this, though, a team that is not nice and comfortable in the circle. They are still with the high ground. A lot of rocks that can give them a lot of coverage at this stage. But it's Unique and the Real Deal, at least one member of the Real Deal that has visibility on them. If they try and rotate, they should potentially make them out to be an easy target. I'm interested to see how Futbolist will play around this, because this is definitely a really tricky spot to be in at this stage with so many teams around you. I'm hoping they can just do the right call and just wrap around instead of like just force it through.
Well, no, because Hackshaw is the last player for the Real Deal. Now, Futbolist might not know that.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But Haksha is the last player for the Real Deal, so he's not going to look to engage. Well, you know, I know he's an aggressive player, you know, so engaging, when I say engage, I mean like shoot towards Futbolist and alert Futbolist of his attention. But if he does it in the right way, he will make Futbolist think that there's more than one player there.
Definitely a way to play around it. Unicorns of Love. Starting off so good. One chicken dinner in the third position, and they are still playing aggressive, not giving up. They want to hit those extra kill counts. They want to overtake Dream Eaters and 1-2-1 in the overall standings. And definitely how they've been playing so far, I definitely think that is at hand's reach.
Yeah. Unicorns love. They don't want to give you up. They don't want to let you down. They sure as hell don't want to turn around and desert you, Max.
Yeah. Okay. Rick Ashley. Let's go. I like it. But YT... gonna be I thought you were gonna let me sing it, but I'm just disappointed that you let me join through. I learned the lyrics for you, Imperium. You didn't let me join. I'm so sad. But okay, Victor's gonna be one of the two remaining members of Red. What happened? Gets one. Can he get the second? Ran down with he has to reload up. He has no more time to play around.
What?
Victor, what are you doing, my dude? That was so close. What the hell?
Okay, Victor, I want you to clip this moment and turn around and say that to yourself. That's exactly what Red Reserve can do. Where has that been in the first 2 days of, in the first 8 games? This is incredible stuff. Great play, keeping Red Reserve in this game. We do, of course, lose. And GG, we've lost 5. That means we're down to 14 teams, 38 players as Phase 6 has shown up.
One going to get shut out a little bit. We have the one remaining member of Goskilla, which is actually going to be, I mean, yeah, Savage X right there, but I don't think it's going to be lasting very long. I got to say, this is easily, well, Cave Index, that was a nice way to kill him down. That is, so far in this regional finals, the worst rotation we saw from Goskilla. They put himself towards Castle when the circle shifting away from Castle. Not worth it whatsoever. A really bad decision making. No. It does happen. It's just one bad game. They've been consistent on their rotation so far, but like, you don't want to rotate late into Castle. It makes no sense.
Now, two teams who are well inside the circle is WSK once again in football. As this circle shifted down west, it went against 1-2-1 in Dream Eaters. Now, those two teams, because the circle and the phase of phase 1 was so well inside this circle here, it means that there's already teams in kind of the compounds, you know, around them, which means there's a higher chance that they couldn't go for a 2-2 split. So that means that they were stuck in terms of getting information. They're still on a bit of a 2-2 split, but they're outside the circle, and that's the most important thing.
Yeah, but team that are in circle currently is going to be WSK, the one-member hackshot of the real deal, and for Ballista have the edge of their compound actually in circle. They can still play around and just wait for teams to fight, because that is one of the only few compounds remaining. You can let all the other teams fight each other out and then rotate very late. That would be a situation I would be completely okay with. Now Red Reserve, they have to run out. They got no cards to rotate. They are definitely going to be struggling. Oh, another team that's going to struggle, that's going to be Kanina Power trying to rotate through. Getting absolutely battered by Team Unique. And that's going to be why Kanina Power take 13th position on their 3rd game of the 2nd day.
And that's what you get for not disengaging from Volnovo early enough. You get caught out, my friend. Is Unicorns the law, and footballers do their best to hold on. Perks gonna get the revive on the hit on. Talon is knocked down as well, but Dream Eaters are kind of third-partying this for now. The focus from footballers is on the attention of Dream Eaters right now. Here's X go down. Nice knock by Levazin onto Advocate.
Ooh, Meki, damn, that guy's so lucky every time. He still has like almost no HP. As you know, I will be taking the L on that one, taking 11th. Here it is, WSK getting engaged by 1-2-1-8. This is a team which is scary to fight against. How will WSK respond to this? R goes down. Sprone, HMSC, and Rip. How can he connect? They've already 2 knockdowns. This is looking good. They're flushing it out. Getting every single kill they can because they know they can do it. They got themselves a chicken dinner already. Careful, that one member. It's going to be extremely low. WSK, you might want to try and commit. You want to hold your compound down. You want to control it. They're able to heal up, and 1-2-1-8 still with one member, which is going to be Roach.
Plus, Red Reserve was actually somewhat third-partying and stole a kill away. That's something to point out. It was actually a compound breach as 3 meters get taken down. Rest in peace, my friends. Down goes 1-2-1-8. That compound breach did not work out.
And we're also going to be talking about the risk of going for Castle. Heroes X, Goskilla, and number 1, all the teams that went for Castle, the circle shifted away, they're now all gone, they're all dead, and that is exactly what you could expect from aiming for that, taking a gamble of Castle. It's great if it rotates in your favor, but it's extremely rare. I would never recommend you to go for Castle ever again in a competitive setting, because it's very rarely going to be rewarding in this environment.
Indeed, indeed, and as the circle has shifted up the compound that WSK protected themselves against from 1-2-1-8 is firmly inside the circle. Teams have wrapped around. That actually gives Hackshot, the remaining player of the real deal, a bit more space to rotate into the circle. Dream Eaters just trying to dance around the bullets fired by footballers, but footballers are not inside the circle themselves. They got to think about when they want to rotate, because it's 30 seconds on the clock before the blue zone starts closing in.
And Victor's just going to be just snaking his way on the background. Snaking is going to be, of course, a little bit harder. Hopefully, it won't get detected too easily, and teams are going to focus on the center of the circle.
Yeah.
But WSK, this is their game to win. The only really point of threat, I would say, from this game for them is going to be footballists who can just tumble down with their cars. They've still got a bunch under their control and push upon them. Even Team Unique could go for a similar position. I think it'll be a lot harder for them.
No way. Max, look at the mini-map. Two members of footballers are actually going to breach the compound held onto by WSK. It's a risky move. It's a bold move, but let's see if it pays off. Cotton, they do throw out a smoke. They got a bit of protection, but right now it's 3 against 2. They need to alert the rest of their team. They need to get that full squad in that compound. The second breach for WSK to try to protect themselves against. They do need takedown Levazin. Good stuff by WSK.
The intention was good. I said they were the only big threat point, but you know what, Dream Eaters, they're taking this opportunity in their very own hands. They want a third party. They want to take control of the WSK compound. And they're doing it grandly. They're doing it good. Nice shot back from Solke upon rip of WSK. And now WSK, I believe, down to only 1 member. The reses can still be pulled off. It's going to be damn hard, and we all know it. And Victor's just going to be just running through me like, hey, guys, wait for me, please. I want a piece of this cake.
4 teams in 1 compound. This is what I like to see. This is the aggressiveness I want to see from these European region teams in the regional finals. And Unique are going to get shut down on the outskirts of the circle, trying to close in. Footballers holding on to fantastic angles. Still is a 3-man team, but Thanos snaps Lutz into smithereens.
This should be the end of footballists pretty damn soon. Look at that, Lovazin and Rob so damn low. Solke is still going to be into play, but unfortunately they haven't that rock. And Solke, he's just got to wait. He's going to be in the exact same situation as where Victor and Analyst are for Unique and Red Reserve. Now Dream Eaters, they're getting re-engaged. They only got Advocate remaining. WSK, can they reverse the steam? They were down to only 1 member, but now they got 2.
Max.
They can hold down to this.
Max, Victor just got a double knockdown onto Dream Eaters. He got a double knockdown. Now he hasn't been able to confirm the kills, but from behind he does get clapped out by Analyst. Down goes Red Reserver. Great game by them, finishing up in 6th place. But now the top 5 teams going. Dream Eaters are going to try and hold on, but Prone is going to go in. It comes down to this 1v1. Sprung is low on health. He does change the gun. The loadout comes in. GG36 is coming down, but Dream Eaters get taken out.
And I know why he didn't flush the kills. That means actually those 2 kills were confirmed by Victor of Red Reserve. He got 2 kills confirmed for his team. That's going to be still great. They needed to get more kills in their game. But imagine if they didn't do their little bit of a messy rotation early on. If they still had 4 members in this particular position, they would be a team that could potentially take a chicken dinner. But here we go, lost an extra 2 teams here. Down to now 3. And footballists are still in play with still 3 members. Despite I thought they would be dying so many times here, they're still alive with such a dominant amount of players. That is extremely surprising to me.
True, but you gotta give credit to the WSK, right? They've held on to this compound so much. They've really put the protection in their hands. As Throne is up on top of the roof. Rip is coming in, but he's very low in health. He dived too much. He didn't wait for his team to support him. So okay, gonna go in, and down goes the members of WSK, and footballers take this chicken dinner.
I said at the start of the broadcast, like, you know what? This is where we yet haven't got a footballist chicken dinner. You know what? The pros have been answered. Footballers coming in hot on Vikendi and taking their very first chicken dinner of this European regional finals. Congratulations to them. We got the little bit of the audio bug there. That's completely fine. But of course, you know, footballists, I gotta say, the way they're rotated so aggressively and they're able to, like, even under pressure, able to just act accordingly, pull off so many reses. They were down to like 1 member at one point. I think it was Solke, and they all got res back up, able to come back in as a 3-man army and steal that game away. Great place on them. But I do also want to give a lot of props to WSK. So many teams engaged. Team Unique, Red Reserve, how is it also? It was Dream Eaters that came in at some point. Nomad Gaming were a big threat to their team too, and footballers. And they dealt with that, taking 2nd position dominantly with, how is that also? 8 kills total. That's a huge W in my books.
Yeah. And I can't help but feel that if Dream Eaters hadn't been stabbed in the back with 2 members being knocked down by Victor, that they possibly could have won, because they had 3 members up. And of course, 2 members getting knocked down meant that WSK could come in and clean up that squad fight, and that would have Yeah, that essentially created more space with WSK. So just something to think about. Still a great performance by a number of these teams. Nice to see Red Reserve finally being a little bit more aggressive. They got 4 kills in that game alone. That's as many as they've gotten in the previous 8 games.
I'm going to quickly refocus us towards the big point of interest of this game. And that's going to be the fact that 1218, Dream Eaters, they're both battling for that qualification spot right now. And the fact that Dream Eaters got top 5, they got 5th position, and whereas 1218, I'm not sure where they died. They actually died in 8th position here. It was 4 kills. That is huge for Dream Eaters. I would literally not be surprised as we do take a peek later on at the overall standings if they do get in first position, because this is the game that might actually get them qualified. And I think this is definitely the game that they needed to also get a little bit more confident in their games.
Of course, there's still 3 games to go, right? That does once again push back Konina Power. They have dropped down a little bit. It means that they are going to be a bit further behind the likes of Dream Eaters and 1218. And that's a little bit sad to see. Of course, they're definitely not down and out of it. Unicorns of Love have bounced back a bit, but that last game really didn't favor them climbing higher in the standings. It is going to make it a lot closer. There's still 3 more games to go, but like you said, Dream Eaters and 1218, they are pretty much running around with it.
That was the move of Victor, and we talked about it, right? I want to see them play more aggressive. That is a playstyle in which they excel the most, and I really think that if they, from now and even with 3 games remaining, if they start playing aggressive and stop like with the passive playstyle that doesn't really fit them, I'm sure they can make it work out. And I'm even thinking like the manager Agatha must be like, come on guys, go aggressive please. I really expect that to happen, of course. But there we go, and of course we've seen a fight where Dream Eaters starting to get a lot more involved, and despite them getting third-partied after third-party after third-party, I thought they were going to go up to Nomad Gaming, but actually they're really dominant in every position. Take it over the compound of WSK in dominant fashion.
Like, look at Rip. Absolute incredible play from him, along with SMC and Sprone as well. Great angle by Solke, by the way, in between the little gap in that bar to get a knockdown on that fight. That was the moment where Rip was able to come in. Rip got knocked down, but then Sprone came in. It came down to Advocate and Sprone, and it was a bit of a cluster fight, but in the end, it went over to WSK.
Also, Sprone did die to the blue zone, so that means he denied an extra kill away from Fablis, which is always good. Even though Fablis, you don't really have to care about them too much, the reason why they're already qualified. So in that sense, like, you know, the Turkish team's already qualified, don't really have to care. They're still aiming for the extra prize pool, of course, 15,000 for first position. But you know what? 12 knockouts on 9 kills. They got a few stolen away, but still 9 kills. That's a pretty damn good rate. I wish they came into this Vikendi game, because normally Vikendi, you don't see that many kills for one specific team. Like, double digits are a lot harder to hit because you don't go for that many fights normally, unless your team unique and just played like yesterday's game in Vikendi.
And also, that fight that footballers were kind of engaging onto NGG down outside Villa, they disengaged away from it. When they disengaged, they got into a better position. When they got into the better position, they got the chicken dinner. It's simple. It's so simple, guys. Of course, it's not always going to go your way, but when you put that game into your control, when you're not tunnel visioned or narrow-minded on how you are putting yourself inside the circle, it can make a huge difference in the late game.
I do think that Fabris has one of the most versatile play styles. Like, we saw them already, like, in the first attempt of the regional finals, like, you know, pushing forward on UDR killers and trying to shut down this team so they wouldn't get, you know, shut down from the back. Still really surprising, but, like, they made it through, and I'm really happy. But checking out the top players here.
Is that a Red Reserve player in the top?
It's Victor. I mean, yeah, dude, he pulled off a 1v. He pulled off a, like, what was it, 1v3. I gotta say, deserve just for that one clutch move. Greatly done, and also top 6.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, he totally did deserve it, and it was great to see Red Reserve get a much better result in that previous game. Would it be nice if Victor had been able to close out those 2 kills onto Dream Eaters and push a little bit further into the circle? But I think he slightly hesitated, and that gave space for the remaining player of Unique, Analysis, to come in and take down Victor from behind. So, you know, still a great effort from Red Reserve. WSK, like I said, just doing such a fantastic job. Rip getting 5 kills and 4 assists. Like, I know assists don't mean points, but assists do count to your team getting points.
It's like talent assist in perks in the game of Unicorns of Love, you know, it's the exact same thing. It's still really impactful. But still, even now, seeing Red Reserve was Victor in this top players kind of performance, like, I can't like stop but thinking, if they had a lot cleaner rotation, if they didn't use Dusk and Novaz in those two specific compounds pushing to, I think it was Nomad Gaming at one point.
Oh, Unicorns of Love?
It was Unicorns of Love, there you go. If they didn't do that, they would still have, like, even if it was just 2 members at the very end, it would have been a completely different ball game. I'm pretty sure they could have done a really big impact, but still they're able to push on forward and get themselves a few frags along the way. Still really good, but there we go. I talked about it. Dream Eaters was this game. They're able to move up, and they are now currently in first position. That means that if we ended now, they'll be the teams to go over to the World League West. But 1-2-1-8, very close behind. Only, where's that? 7 points behind.
Yeah. And honestly, look, Coney in the Power, I know they kind of didn't help themselves in that previous game, but they're still only 22 points behind Dream Eaters. That's only 1 chicken dinner and a couple of kills, so that's really nothing. Of course, we are running out of games. There's only 3 games left, and there is footballers in between Coney in the Power and the top 2 teams, so that's something to take into account. But still, Coney in the Power are putting on the best result that they can in the moments. Unicorns of Love are also climbing up as well. Let's not forget about them coming into the last 3 games.
Oh, definitely. Like, you want to keep an eye out for this team. They can definitely make a comeback. But so far, I'm really happy. Like, we got Unicorns of Love, Footballists, Cannon Power, all get himself a chicken dinner today. It's really interesting to see the diversity of some of these teams taking these dubs. I go over the overall damage graph. And you know what, Footballists, I'm not really surprised, but man, Dream Eaters, like, picking all those fights on the northern side. I mean, Nomad Gaming, they had WSK, they had Footballists, they had another team, I think it was number 1, and also Heroes X that they shut down. It really shows that they just held onto that bridge next to the castle entry point, and they denied every single team trying to rotate through from there. Really great position because they just flushed all the kills instantly.
I know I've said it already, but WSK, man, that protection in the compound, like, I wasn't expecting teams to breach it, right? We saw 1-2-1-8 initially breaching it, and I wasn't really expecting it to be done again because it isn't really happening in the EU region. I'd expect it in MENA, I'd expect it maybe in CIS specifically, but overall in EU, they played a little bit more passive when it comes to the final circles and the compound in play. They just try and go around the edge. It made sense for Vikendi because Vikendi is all about the compounds, and when you're out in the open with all the snowy surrounding around you, there's a higher chance you're getting spotted out. It was still a great surprise, and WSK definitely were prepared.
Definitely a happy surprise. You know, I definitely was happy with how they were able to pull that one off. But with that said, Vikendi is all said and done. We're going to be moving away from that map. We still got now 2 more Erangel games. 1 more map is going to be played, of course, on Miramar. I can't wait to see that Miramar game because it was definitely insane yesterday. Taken over by WSK, actually. Hopefully they can make a comeback. But with that said, we'll be going for a little bit of a longer break, about 20 minutes. We'll be around and we'll be coming back with some Erangel Green Pastures action coming just in a few short minutes. And we are now halfway past this second day of the regional finals. 3 games to go, and we'll be able to crown the team that will be going over to the World League West with every single representative of their respective regions. My name is Max Manmos, Gamers in Trim, to bring you the second half of this day. And boy, oh boy, the action has been insane so far.
Absolutely love it. Today's games have been really intense. We've seen teams climb back up. We've seen teams fall a little bit, but then bounce back. Of course, the 2 noticeable teams that have been doing that is Unicorns of Love and Kanina Power. But then you can't forget the teams on top. The top 2 teams of 1-2-1-8 and Dream Eaters are just there. They're always there. They just don't give up. They just don't really have a bad result.
And definitely like 1-2-1-8 and Dream Eaters just so consistent through and through. One game where 1-2-1-8, struggled a little bit to be consistent was on the Sunhold game. And that was when actually Dream Eaters just came back and actually took that number 1 position actually ahead of 1-2-1-8. So far the competition is very, very close. We still do not know. So which is really interesting, is better than knowing that, oh, this team is 100% going to qualify. We've still got 3 games to go. No, we actually have no idea which team will make it through. And that's what makes this even more interesting. And of course, Godford Bliss, which is, lurking around in 3rd position, maybe aiming for cash prize and just to be able to flex on their friends at college. But they're still looking extremely consistent. Despite that, they did get chicken dinner on Vikendi on this last game in a huge dominant fashion.
Yeah, exactly. And we also can't forget about the teams that are, let's say, there but not quite there. So Heroes X and WSK, 2 teams who've just staying in the middle of the pack, not really improving, but not really dropping back. So that's something that hopefully in these final 3 games, and this is it, Max, the teams only have 3 more chances to pull out and extract as many points as they can. 1 bad result, and that's it. You're pretty much going to be out of it for the teams in the middle of the pack. For the teams up top, 1 bad result could see you climb down and make it even harder coming into the final couple of games.
This is the final rush. No room for mistakes. You just need to be at least minimum consistent and get yourself a big win, especially when you are like Canada Power, Team Unique, Team 1218, or Dream Eaters. You have no room for mistakes right now. You just need to get good result after good result, or at least hit you a point average per game, and you might just get yourself in first position, even though, like, really, as I said, Football is Team Unique, they don't really care too much about that, just for extra cash prize. But mainly is Dream Eaters, 1218, and Canada Power. You want to keep an eye out for them. And even though all the other teams can still make a comeback in 3 games alone, which is awesome.
100%. But we are into this 4th game of the day. Back over to Wrangle. Like I said, things are heating up. They're getting damn exciting. Are we going to see some surprises come out of the bag? The teams down the bottom of the standings, Goskilla, NGG, UDR Killers, we could see them take a cheeky chicken dinner away from these teams. A cheeky dinner.
A cheeky takeout, yeah.
A cheeky chicken dinner away from the teams up at the top to add a little bit of a surprise factor.
Ah, damn, but this is a great playing path for this second ranked game of the day. Gonna be pretty centraled up. NGG able to instantly drop off. Wait. Are Unique not going to fight them? I think that because they're potentially so high in the standings, I think the Team Unique are not going to go for that drop in location. I'm going to zoom just to make sure that they're not right behind them. Yeah, actually, Fabrice are going to get uncontested. And this is potentially the first time they're not going to drop in the same compound on a Wrangle game in these regional finals. Damn, okay.
I like it. To be honest, I'm really happy to see that from Unique, that they're kind of learning to say, hey, look, we'll give a spot over to somebody else. We want to train on a different location and be prepared for the future situations where we might not get Novo. But once again, Phase 1 shows up, and it's quite similar to what was the first or the last Wrangle game that we saw.
It's literally the exact same circle. The playing pass is definitely a lot more in favor of this kind of circle. What is really cool is that teams will be able to respond accordingly, be able to even copy-paste what happened for them last game. Like Red Reserve, they pulled off the rotation mentioned on game 2. There was rotate on the eastern side. They're going to do exactly that. I hope they'll do it a little bit earlier this time, but like definitely they have an easy rotation set up for them. Same for all the other teams on the other side of things. A little bit sad for Goskilla. Once again, they did not go for Milton Power. They went back over to the drop towards Fury Pierce / Quarry. So they won't be able to get an easier entry point there. But they got Mortez off Heroes Extras. Why is he there? Hopefully we'll be able to make it away.
He's just there.
He's just there. He becomes a bush. I'm the bush now.
To become the bush, you must be one with the bush.
The bush sways in the wind. Oh, did he see scouts? Did they get scouted out? Oh, no, he makes it to the other building. That was close.
Yeah. But look, it is still 3 players of Goskilla that are kind of lurking on your doorstep, so to speak. So, with it being similar, with a similar Phase 1 circle, would you expect to see Unicorns love to learn from the previous Wrangle game and basically have 2 in the compound that they could have held on to previously?
Definitely, I don't know. Like, I want to see these 2 teams like really rotate quickly. Like that's my main point of interest. Like, that's what kind of messed them up a little bit last time we were playing on Wrangle, right? They rotated a little bit too late and they got kind of gatekeeped by a few of the squads. So I'm just scared for them to overstay their welcome. Sure, loot up as much as you want, but after you need to try and be as efficient as you can on those shifts. G-Meters, they're always going to go for Yasnar Paliana, and they're going to get all their looting stage done up there in the northern side. And the entry point is going to be, of course, just an absolute given because there are not many teams in the northern side and they can just easily make their way through to a more central position, which is what happened for them last time on a Wrangle. And they did have, somewhat of a good position. Well, actually, somewhat a good position. They were 5th on that game.
Yeah, it is kind of literally copy pasta for this game so far. UDR Killers and Pachinki, Nomad Gaming, Satsori is starting to disengage away from Rozok to do a little bit of scouting for his side. They're not quite going towards the center circle just yet, but they are definitely edging away from Rozok as early as they did previously, which should hopefully fare good for them. And one staying in around the farm area, separated for now, but they should be able to join up. I wonder if Nomad Gaming will go on to Potato Hill. That's something which we've seen them do in the past. I don't think they should, but it would be a bit of a viable option for Phase 1.
I mean, still like open for the taking, and no one was going to really drop off course on Potato Hill itself because it's not a valid option. Unicorns of Love, they also like to go around there. That could be still valid for both Unicorns of Love and Nomad Gaming. But I don't think at this stage any team are going to commit to it just yet. Also because not like dead central. If the circle do shift a little bit over to the other side, to the west, it could be valuable. As I said, Heroes X, very split. Not as a full squad. He sees Alka try to take an opportunity, didn't work out, and he's going to swiftly rotate away. No, okay, I take that back.
Just repositioning, making sure his vehicle is a bit more protected. But
what is he saying?
He's got to know that the whole of UDR killers are pretty much there. However, the rest of Heroes X are kind of looking to join in to get the cavalry as Alka does survive that grenade being thrown out by Sealam. But Sealam taking a little bit of damage, and Mark from another angle knocks down Heroes X.
That's why I was like, why staying there? You got like Chapel, which is like a very
right
after position. And yeah, definitely, attack's definition of overstaying your welcome. He got a few shots. If he got the knockdown on Alka, that would have been perfect, but he definitely stayed way too long. At least now the rest of the team is going to come up, so they have information the team is going to be in the chapel. That is still really effective for them. The UDR killers, why are they pushing there? They're going for the loot, I believe, but still that's a little bit risky for just like one person's loot, I think.
It is a bit risky, especially because you're actually going more towards the edge of the circle with a few teams on the west, like Skilla and 121 at Unique.
This could rotate, yeah.
It'll be a bit risky, but so far so good as Team 5 and NGG. NGG going for an earlier rotation by the west bridge, which means they are coming into contact with Team 5 a little bit earlier on. Grenade being thrown out by Sun HB. Cupid takes a bit of damage, but a counter grenade not quite connecting onto Sun HB. There is keys up on the hill above, can easily punish the members of NGG. And look at Daphne holding the opposite angle. This is not looking good for NGG.
Yeah, because they rotated, unfortunately, a little bit early. You can go for that bridge, but you've got to rotate a lot later. So wait for to actually start moving towards the circle. They did not do that. Gatekeeping has been put together for Team 5, and now NGG, they have to commit. They can't go back. They can't go through the water, would be an easy shutdown, and if they commit, they're going to have so many different angles held down by Team 5. This is definitely not an easy fight for them to take. And I don't know if they're going to make it out alive. If I had to say yes or no, I would say no to them.
Yeah, so would I, in fairness. On a side note, a little bit kind of off topic, but Football Estate landed in Novo. That's technically one team that's outside of the mainland. That, in theory, does give a little bit more space in the mainland circle for the teams that are rotating in from the west. Just something to kind of point out.
I think that definitely that can be used to their advantage. Also, they can rotate through the bridge. Canada Power, they're really good on gatekeeping that western bridge, but they can also use the boat rotation, which has been working out somehow pretty decently well for a few teams today. But NGG, once again, still in the bad spot. Losing a lot of utility early on. I do have to say a little bit risky, but it seemed like Team 5, they're finally waking up. They've seen the smokes wearing out, and now they can commit because the smokes are out. Let's go over to Unicorns of Love and Nomad Gaming. Going towards Potato Hill on the high ground, a little bit more over to the eastern side. And the fight will be ongoing. Hiran's going to be left alone on the front side. You need Perks and Love to join you up. Can they make the time happen? But no, oh my god, what a great engage from Nicola. Now they're a little bit too spread in the open.
Nice.
That's a great opportunity for Lars and Perks to respond on the engage of Nomad Gaming. The backpack. That one member in the backside, but there's still such a good control from Unicorns of Love. But Hiran will unfortunately be bleeding out as... Look at that.
UDR killers who disengage away from Bajinki have gone onto the high ground looking to possibly third party. Locke is there. Talon is still fully alive and he has joined up with the rest of the team. So Unicorns of Love, they need this result. They're currently lying in 6th place overall in the standing. They've heavily improved in day 2. They want to keep the momentum. UDR killers, they're actually disengaging into the compound. Then they'll possibly know they're just rotating away. I actually like that from UDR killers.
I like it. I mean, they're taking shots, but Canada Power, they're coming in hot with a backstab. Alon's going to be the first member knocked away. Can they get the flush? It's going to be a little bit harder, but they've got to try and pick up the members. And this is the exact position in the because they're all facing the position. But I'm surprised that this time they did not go for the compound. They could have gone for earlier. But now Canada Power, of course, they're going to go straight for it once more.
Unicorns of Love got distracted, right? They got a little bit tunnel vision by Nomad Gaming, and that's something that is their own fault, to be perfectly honest. It means that they are going to have to heavily rotate to a different position, although saying that Canada Power are not going into the location into the compound, which they held the last game that got them the chicken dinners. Perks is in the police vehicle, gonna look to disengage away, followed by Lock. They will just about manage to survive for now by the skin of their teeth.
Lars makes it through with Perks. Also, I was talking with Lars just before this game. I said I'd go subscribe to his YouTube channel, so I guess go subscribe to his YouTube channel.
Okay,
I don't know, he puts content out there, so go check it out. I don't know what it is. It might not even be PUBG Mobile content, but definitely go.
Once it's family friendly. Once it's family friendly.
If it's family friendly, if it's on YouTube, I guess it is. At least I hope so, because otherwise you're not in accordance with the TOS, but... Number one, also they got their very own compound. This is the compound in which Dream Eaters were, so it seemed like Dream Eaters are a little bit slower on their rotation point, and they didn't get the compound they would have aimed for, at least that they had on game 2.
Mid-game, Max just starts reading off the YouTube terms of service, you know?
I'm sure it would be made for entertaining content. I'm sure there's a lot of weird stuff in there.
Hey, look, you know, you could say a hell of a lot worse, I know that much, but I know UDR Killer's going for Shelter, which you've mentioned that as really not that good of a place to hold on to in the past, right, Max?
Yeah, definitely, because you're so predictable in the way you're going to be peeking out, especially if a team has a direct line of sight on the entry point of the underground. You're going to peek from very predictable angles. You can easily get shut down if the circle gets closer and closer to that specific location. It's a good placeholder. It's a good transition point.
Okay.
It's not a good long-term position to hold on to because it doesn't offer good positions to fight from specifically.
Yeah. No, I would definitely agree with you there. It's similar to how I feel, but Heroes X have actually been eliminated. Indeed, I believe it was Ghost Skillet that took them down, so they're the first team to go down in Game 4. That's not going to be good because Heroes X were in 7th place overall in the standings. They had 77 points. They're around 12 points behind Unicorns of Love in 12th. And that's going to really hurt them in the overall standings coming into the final 2 games. It is actually pretty much going to take them out of the running because when you look at the top 2, Dream Eaters are on 142 and 1218 were on 135. And unless they have 2 absolute bangers in the last 2 games, mathematically, Heroes X have been eliminated.
Big F. Despite the fact that they started still on the first attempt and they were never able to replicate that amount of success as a real deal, they're going to get engaged upon by Footballist. Rom is down. Very unfortunate to lose him early. He's definitely one of the big player of their squad. Now they're getting slowly surrounded, and I gotta say that's something of Footballist. I do enjoy in their playstyle, able to just surround the enemy team and just kind of mess up their playstyle overall. But now Footballist, they're the ones unfortunately getting delivered a really bad performance. Oh, Lobazin going upstairs. Would definitely not recommend to do that at this stage. Even now, Saltgate alone. And I would say just drive away, my friend. Just completely leave the scene. It's not worth it. At the real deal, they get themselves 3 kills through that.
Yeah, the real deal really looking to learn from previous mistakes in the last game. Although the next circle is going to be showing up. Is it going to stay down south? Is it going to dip to the east or maybe go up north? It does actually center up with Prison in play. Now, we know that you don't want to go into Prison, right, Max? You do not want to go in there. But the hill around it, the high ground, is so valuable and you can use it to your advantage, but it can be incredibly difficult. The fact that it's kind of more on the edge, on the east edge of that circle, can help the likes of the real deal.
I literally just can't wait for Erangel 2.0 to come up because it actually makes Prison in some way playable and viable to play actually in Prison. So Erangel 2.0 is going to be definitely really important and interesting to play around. But as NGG, they're going to be forcing towards Goskiller. They're already set up, but now NGG not going to be losing anyone during their rotation. Still got 4 members. Now just going to be pushing Goskiller downhill a little bit. Elod and Aegon not quite willing to take that fight right now head on. I think that what they're actually trying to set up is actually get different angles so they can actually pressure NGG and not really allow them to use that tree as protection, I guess. But like NGG, they're just not too interested.
Definitely
taking the fight and they're leaving.
We do get Frost's knocked down on the side of Red Reserve. They rotated down on the east coast past the real deal, and Daddy does indeed knock down Frost. That's good coming out from the real deal. We do see 1218 are also on the east side of the circle along with WSK as this fight between those Skilla and NGG is still raging on. NGG going for the safe rotation, a safe disengagement, holding onto the edge of the circle. That means they're going to be able to camp the members of Goskilla. But Aga from a distance with the M4 knocks down a member of NGG, and then Nomad are actually third-partying NGG.
Yeah, NGG in a little bit of a bad spot right now. It was only a shack and a few trees to call home. Not looking good. Also, while that fight's still ongoing, even though it's going pretty passive right now, you know NGG were getting gatekeeped by Team 5. They got 3 kills on the members of Team 5, and there's only keys remaining.
Really?
They actually won that, despite the fact that I said, I'm pretty sure they're going to die there. They actually came out on top, surprisingly enough. So you know what? They are definitely coming through a lot this game with their steel on gun and raging absolute hell upon Nomad Gaming and Goskilla. But that's going to be a nice knockdown from Nomad, despite having only 2 members.
And also, I like the fact that in amongst this fight, Goskilla actually decided to turn around and go, yeah, okay, we're going to get out there. We'll let you fight amongst yourselves. We're going to find a better position inside the circle. Really nice kind of late game initiative from the members of Goskilla. Much better than what we've seen in the past, but NGG, they're not looking good. Itachi is most likely going to bleed out. Maybe he might be touched by an angel to get revived up. In this case, the angel being the other NGG members.
That's a nice way to put it, I think, in a war game like this.
Hey, look, you know, I like to think of myself as a bit of a poet at times, you know? But,
Well,
just me, though. Nobody else thinks it. Just me, you know.
Yeah. I don't know what to add up on that, to be honest. But I like how Nickel and Aldic are still. I don't think they should be playing aggressive. I don't think they have cars still to rotate away. They really want to take this fight. And if
look
they
at
can
this circle shift. Look at this circle shift.
Ooh.
It's centered up quite nicely. Shelter's in play. Now, you said Shelter isn't really a good place to hold on to. How would the teams react with this circle being in Shelter? Is it a matter of, like, you kind of just choose to go underground and hope for the best?
I mean, if you go underground, it's like a death trap. If teams know you're there and you go underground, once again, predictable, easy shutdown, a few nades. What even I saw a few teams do sometimes in, like, scrims, like, per car in front of the out point and you can't actually exit.
There you go.
And you die to the blue zone. That's something that teams can do, even though I'm not thinking they're going to go overly aggressive to just pull that one off, because it's not really worthwhile. But it's definitely, I would say, rotate away from it if you can. But oh my god! Look at it, just going to be rushing. Goskilla going to be using 2 instantly. And Hackshot is doing some work, and Goskilla, they are going to be normally done out. Aegon is going to be remaining there, as he's just going to be pushing through the smoke. And this should be the end of Goskilla. And Goskilla, throughout these games, I've got the impression, like, kind of losing their steam, losing their speed, and having a hard time making it through.
Yeah, it was always a tough rotation down on the south side, especially because the circle did shrink up right now as a real deal, just trying to find the last member of Goskilla. You do have 1, 2, 1, 8 kind of third party, but the real deal are prepared as he's ready to clap back. We lose Nomad Gaming. That's actually going to pretty much put them out of the running to climb back up for a World League spot. Pubg in amongst the smoke, trying to confirm the kill before he gets taken out, and he wasn't able to do so. Down goes Goskilla.
Yeah, that's going to be 14th position for them. Not their best performance as of yet, that's for sure. We're going to be seeing Red Reserve. They're slowly pushing on the position of 1, 2, 1, 8 and the real deal. But the high ground does go somewhat in favor of the real deal. I mean, somewhat. Sorry, of Red Reserve. It's not somewhat, really. It is in their favor for sure. They did lose, unfortunately, Frost, though. Yeah. They lose him very early on the eastern side. But he's the IGL, can still bring and pull his weight in this game.
Exactly. Now, 1, 2, 1, 8 actually wrapped around on the outside of the circle to try and find a better entry point because they didn't want to go up against the real deal. They didn't feel confident, and I like that by 1, 2, 1, 8. Instead of kind of being narrow-minded and going, okay, let's continue on forward, they're going, okay, look, we don't feel comfortable, let's wrap around. Time was still on their side. They didn't leave it too late. However, there is still Red Reserve in front of them, so it's still not going to be an easy job for the members of 1, 2, 1, 8.
Yeah, it will be a little bit hard for them to get away from that position. But you know what? 1, 2, 1, 8. They want to try and take control. They're going to slowly try and spread out, use some utility, and try and survive as long as they can. Because they're surrounded by 2 teams, the real deal and also by Red Reserve. If the circle does not shift anywhere close to their position, I would say just get into the cars and rotate and avoid getting shut down. You still got a few cars under their control would be the better way for 1, 2, 1, 8 to do this. But right now, they're going to definitely try and get back as a squad and get forward to that car.
The vehicle that they did put forward was being shot at by the real deal. I don't know if any tires are blown up.
That's the thing.
It certainly is a little bit more damaged as Victor actually throws down. I think he's been a little bit more spotted by the members of 1, 2, 1, 8. The real deal are there. They're waiting. They know they can third party from a fantastic angle as Victor knocks out Tulika. We saw Victor pop off in the previous game. Can he rinse and repeat against 1, 2, 1, 8?
Well, to see that. Oh no, Shelter finish maybe. I don't like this too much. Okay, I mean now definitely because it's one of the only positions to hold on to. Now playing Shelter is actually viable because It's better than having nothing. It's better than having a tree, because having a tree is just even more predictable than coming out of shelter. So now UDR can in power, they can hold on to it. NG can actually engage through the underground section. There it is. The fight's going to be ongoing as Red Reserve going for the engagement.
Nice.
And Carnivore going to be going out as 1218 will be out in 12th. And Dream Meters are still in the game. And this is definitely a really, really unfortunate performance for 1218.
It is. It wasn't the type of game they needed. It wasn't the result they needed. Although credit where credit is due to Red Reserve, they held on. They didn't go too far forward. They knew the real deal. They knew the real deal were kind of around that south side. And look at this incredible push coming out from these teams. N1 against UDR Killers. Nice one. Halls was knocked down, but Nacho is looking to Pikachu. Pikachu gonna throw out his smoke. Sandro and Mark are looking on the side. There is also the third party from above. That could definitely come into play as Nano just shoot in the opposite direction of M1.
Oh my god, I just saw Holes a few seconds ago just absolutely flying through thin air, and it was just a nice attempt before she got shut down instantly by UDR Killers. But I said, like, UDR Killers now a little bit predictable, and they're going to get shot at. And look at that Vindex in the back, but they get the information first, and they shut him down. UDR Killers are taking control because they got one of the only points of pressure they can actually use to their advantage. This is actually so worthwhile. Nacho going to be knocked away. Also, I think number one are down to only one member. Unfortunately, this is going to be so hard on them. And yeah, Holes also went down in the open and going to be normally bleeding out in a matter of a few seconds. PRZ left alone as the only member of number one in this game. How can he pull it off as Footballist dies out early in 11?
Yeah, we're down to 10 teams, 30 players alive. That's an average of 3 players per team, but there's certainly still a couple of squads that have all 4 members up. UDR Killers, one of the teams with 3 players off. Sandro, Nano, Mark, still trying to hold on. Seeing the vehicle, trying to pop off a couple of shots and maybe do a bit of damage onto it. Mark is inside shelter. Did say that could definitely come into play. He parks the vehicle up, but now it's Conina Power. Rotate through. They have a full squad. WSK are still in this game down on the southeast.
They are just trying to snake their way behind Conina Power, but I talked about it, right? This is predictable. WSK, if they can push on this high ground position, they could completely mess up Conina Power, but they need a few nades, especially for Gonzo and Rob Denny. That would be the 2 members you want to shut down first, and then you can focus down on X and Tixie, and it should be an easy team squad wipeout. But now Dream Eaters, they've been in the blue up north for quite some time. They have to rotate forward, and the blue then will be claiming one line.
Forever from NGG, the Irish got himself looking for the real deal. Irish against Irish, his hack shot is also Irish on the side of the real deal. Ujo is so close to Forever though. In amongst the smokes, he's able to heal up. Will the FPP push come through? As Hackshot gets knocked down by Forever, takes him down, shows him what he's got, show him what he's made of. But there is still Nano around there, could definitely take him out.
Nano and Bujo are both underground.
Oh yeah, sorry.
It's a little bit, I know it can be a little bit weird with the perspective, but they're actually underground and they're avoiding the entire fight. And a circle shifting for shelter once more. Shelter's good. We're going to potentially have a shelter finish. If it does go a little bit down south on the western side, it could be an actual shelter finish. WSK good exactly for the engagement I was talking about. It's so easy to engage on these entry points of the underground segment.
Now as Gonzo backs away from the grenade, but look at Tixie. Tixie flies one up, but it doesn't count right now. Only on the member of HSMC, but from an angle, Tixie does indeed get knocked out, and he gets a wipe, but not enough as Conina Power get taken out.
This is exactly what I was talking about. It's so hard to take fights from this position, especially if you're facing against the entry point. And now this is not looking great, but Unique, they can still potentially push upon UDR Killers. I mean, they haven't moved for the past few minutes, and Team Unique, they had to rotate across the road, but there was so much action happening towards the underground segment. They were just taking control as Unicorns of Love, Dream Meters all die out. Dream Meters still extra positioning upon 1218. That's still huge W for them because they are still in #1 position.
Oh my absolute goddamn god, they're still Red Reserve. Red Reserve are on the east side, they're outside the circle, but they're away from the madness, right? So all the other players, they're kind of taking each other out. Of course, UDR Killers have indeed gone underground as Forever gets clapped by HMSC. Now we're just down to Rip is trying to hold on for the members of WSK. Nice play by Frozen of Unique as they get another wipe coming down, goes NGG.
You know what? NGG going for a team getting gatekeeped by Team 5 and having one of the worst situations early on into coming into 5th position. That is a huge comeback. I was really not expecting that, you have to say. So still, great job from them. If Frozen going to try and go for Kobe. Oh, that actually looks pretty decent. A little bit higher up, could have actually got Rip and HMSC off WSK down. But EDR Killers, because so much action is happening around them, they just had to really tumble down in the underground segment. They can't take this fight. They need to wait for the action to end before they start going for the third party.
And here's the thing, if WSK can get this win, this could really catapult them into the potential of getting into the World League spot. It's not going to be easy. They will need to follow it up with another fantastic, with actually two more fantastic results in the final two games. But to really push things up would be pretty good. HMSC gets taken out. Now Rip is just left standing, frozen on the members of Unique, trying to push them back. Unique, they don't care. They're already qualified for the World League. They're here for the glory. They've got the guts, and they want to try and push down Rip.
Which team is in the worst situation? I'll have to tell you right now, that's UDR Killers. You know, Rip is going to be on his own, going to try his best. But you know what? Red Reserve, the circle goes somewhere.
I know, right?
He can just chill and wait for the fight. And Dusky's just, he's got M16. That kind of sucks, but I do have to say, can still pick a really good fight with it. But now Unique, they're trying to start aiming for
don't diss the M16, thank you very much.
You want an AR at this stage. If you're going to take a 1v3 versus Unique, you want an AR. Unfortunately, going for the extra burst is not going to be great with 3 bullets. But there you go. Rip is going to go out. WSK take 4th position. And now Unique, they're going to focalize down on UDR Killers because they're still in the underground. But Sandro, being very smart, went above.
But here's the thing, Sandro now goes above. But does he know that Dusk is there? Is the Dusk going to settle on the hands of UDR Killers as they are in last place? But like I said, we could see this game going over to the team that are out after running as Sandro shoots up a Frozen, misses a shot. His position has been exposed. He is trying to give opportunity, but Sandro gets a knockdown on the analysis. No. Dust comes in and takes down Sandro.
Oh my god, UDR Killers actually win. They had the worst position. How does it work out? But this is a time to strike Dust. You're a 1v1 army right now. He's actually got an AK. This is like the best weapon to go for. He wants to try and flush out Sandro. Misses out the flush. He doesn't have, unfortunately, a scope on this one. But he's given too much time to UDR Killers. But unfortunately, he can't really push. He does have the circle in his favor. They're going to be in the blue in a matter of seconds. So they're going to have to give up on their position.
True. But what he could do...
Mark got knocked again.
Yeah, because the blue zone's closing. What Dusk could do, he's actually trying to bait the last member of UDR Killers, but he can actually wrap around the low side as he tries to find Nano. Red Reserve see them take their first chicken dinner of the regional finals. It would be a crown and glory, a fight that they need, and Nano managed to heal up. It's Mano against Mano, Nano against Dusk as he wraps around, trying to confirm the kill on the Sandro. I like the play from Dusk, constantly repositioning.
Yeah, definitely really good. He has to reload. He can't use the M16. It might make him use the 5, but now he's going to try and go for the jump shot. Red Reserve, can they get their first chicken dinner and make the comeback of the century? It will be the case. And Dusk, as a one-man army, makes it happen. Red Reserve finally coming out on top with 28 total points, 8 kills on top of it. Finally, it's been long overdue. Red Reserve waking the hell up.
It only took them 9 goddamn games to get their stuff going. It only took 9 games for them to really realize that they have what it takes to get a chicken dinner. The aggression, the rotation, the calculation. Of course, the circles did indeed help them a bit, right? Because that shelter kind of finish was very unique. But at the end of the day, getting the job done when it counts. Incredible stuff from Red Reserve. And then UDR Killers, 2 teams in the top 2 at the bottom of the table. Like, that's the kind of surprise effect we're seeing coming into the final games.
This was such an interesting circle. Like, it doesn't happen very often. It actually goes in favor of underground segment of Erangel. But the fact that actually the team that was underground, I said, and I called it, the UDR Killers had the worst position. They actually won it, and I've got to say that's entirely because of Sandro. The fact that Team Unique actually went above it allowed actually UDR Killers to wrap around from the back and just completely backstab the entirety of Team Unique. What a great play. It was hard to play around, but UDR Killers, they did exactly what they had to get themselves a great position. They get second.
Yeah, because Sandro created the distraction. He also created the time and space for the other members of UDR Killers to get up from the underground into the mainland. So that was integral for UDR Killers finishing in the top 2. However, Dusk was there. He was waiting in the wings and he got the knockdown onto Sandro. He then helped to take out the remaining players of Lightning, and then he got his second knockdown. Then it came down to that 1v1. It was tough. Nano did a great job because he was more out in the open, but once again, when you shoot and reposition, you basically surprise your opponent. You don't give them any time to really know where you are. And that's exactly what Dusk did. Instead of kind of freezing in his position and hoping for the best, he shot and moved, which gave him an advantage over Nano.
I mean, proactive gameplay, right? That is how you can win your games. Definitely really, really well played from them. Still, you know, it was a little bit on the edge of the circle, and they lost a few members they could have maybe avoided. But the fact that Dusk has a one-man army, I mean, we know Dusk has like this insane player was Victor in terms of like purely aggressive gameplay. I mean, that's like the type of player you want as a one-man army at the very end, just like Perks or Unicorns of Love. And it was such a nice play. But Unicorns of Love, I do have to say, despite the fact that they got like shut down by EDR killers, they had one of the hardest rotations. They were across the road up north, and they were the only team up there. But because they chose the time so well, that when all the teams were fighting around that underground segment, they just forced it through, were able to push upon UDR killers. It was a great segment for them, as they do get third position on this one.
Now, it wasn't the best game for Dream Eaters, and I know there's still only 2 games to go, but when you consider the fact that 1218, Konina Power, and Unicorns Love all had worse games, that is really heavily increasing the cushion that Dream Eaters have on the teams below them.
Checking out the stats of Red Reserve. The little thieves of the game, well, as you say, very opportunistic. Going to be getting 4 knockouts, 2 headshots, and also 8 kills total, as he was trying to prey on the last few members of UDR killers who actually got shut down by Team Unique. So I've got to say, really nice proactive gameplay from Red Reserve once more, especially from Dusk. And I want to see the damage graph coming out from them, because I don't think it's overall that high, because they aim mainly for like overall position in the circle. But like, in terms of damage, do you think there's like maybe one team that would be like really high up there? I think that if I had to choose one, I would actually say Konina Power.
Oh no, I was going to say Unique, to be honest.
Okay.
Or UDR Killers. One of those two, because a lot of the action was happening on the southwest, and UDR Killers was trying to balance that damage. We had N1 engage on them, for example, and they took down the majority of N1. So I think it's definitely going to be between UDR Killers and Unique from a damage perspective. And just to once again highlight, like Red Reserve got 8 kills in that game alone. Before that game, they were on a total of 14 kills. Over half of their total kills in one game. Come on, guys. Believe in yourselves. Rinse and repeat for the next 2 games.
Yeah, also the chance of talking was Agatha, and apparently they had like a little bit of a, like, their mindset was definitely not in the best place. They were definitely a little bit sad about their performance. Yeah, but like, these are the 2 last games that can put them back in the mindset, and I really hope they can make it through, because they've shown it time and time again. We love the team, and we're able to cast them in their respective European PMCO. They can make it happen, and 100%. I just hope that they can keep on pushing for the 2 remaining games, 2 games, and it could happen. They just need to get great games in a row.
But Max, look at this. Top players, 4 of them from 4 different teams. NGG, Unique, UDR Killers, and Real Deal showing up. Azzy getting 5 kills and 3 assists. Mark getting 4 kills and 1 assist. Frozen, not surprising, getting 4 kills and 1 assist, and Forever from NGG getting 4 kills.
I mean, I'm still not happy to see that Mark is going to be up there in terms of, like, you know, top 4 players here, but the Real Deal, I'm actually happy to see that they have a player up there. I think that the Real Deal is a team that we've been expecting to do a lot better going into these games. Right now, in what position are they? They're actually in 10th position currently with 78 points. They're like in the great area, but like it's slowly going to get really hard for them to make a comeback if they stay there for too long.
Yeah, but I know the Real Deal have had a couple of roster issues, in fairness, over the last kind of week or so, and that has definitely, you know, that's kind of set them back a step or 2. But anyway, looking in the overall rankings, Dream Eaters 150 points. Team 1218 in second with 137. That's a 13-point gap. It's not much, but like I said, it is that extra cushion, considering that footballers are on 134, and Konina Power, who are the 3rd team fighting for that World League spot, is on 124 points.
Can basically count out all team from 5th position and below enter the World League unless they have like the best games in the world. Will be impossible, because it's like 50-point gap from like that position until like, what is it, 5th? Yes. Basically, Unicorns of Love need to have 2 insane chicken dinners, and I mean literal 2 chicken dinners. 30 points minimum.
But last 2 games, exactly. But anyway, looking at the damage dealers, like I said, Team Unique and UDR Killers in the top 2, but NGG actually getting more points, more damage, should I say, in 1,901, and also the Real Deal, 1,663.
I'm really surprised with NGG, the fact that they took such a huge fight on that western bridge of North Carolina mainland against Team 5. They got 3 kills over there, actually really increased their stats a lot higher. And they were also holding the high ground. At some point, they shut down what team was, I think it was Konina Power, that was actually in the underground segment.
Yeah, or maybe Unicorns of Love, I think, as well.
They got involved in a lot of fight. That also explains why, but unfortunately, they did struggle a little bit later on. They did take still 5th position, which is still a really good performance from them, because I thought they were going to get flushed out like, what, 15th position.
Yeah.
So definitely a nice comeback from them, but there you have it. 2 games of Wrangle are going to be done. We still got one more, but game number 5, that one is going to be on Miramar, so stick around for some sweaty, epic action. Red Reserve breaking that lose streak, finally coming up on top. I'm getting their very first chicken dinner of this European Regional Finals. What a great way to continue for them. 2 more games to go. It's still technically possible, but a little bit hard. But we're going to still be shifting onto the next map, which will be played on Miramar.
Yeah, I can't help but feel it's just a little bit too late for them. And actually a multitude of others. I think I'm very certain that mathematically speaking, the only teams that are really in the running to qualify for that World League spot is, of course, Dream Eaters and 1218. They are in first and second place respectively on top of the leaderboard. You have Konina Power in fourth. They are fighting for. You have Unicorns of Love in sixth, but they're on 100 points and they are 50 points behind Dream Eaters, so they need literally 2 chicken dinners. And I'm gonna go out on a limb and say WSK as well, but they would also need 2 chicken dinners and a multitude of kills.
Definitely, like all the teams on like 5th position and below are technically, we can almost count them out per se, but still like mathematically speaking possible. But like really the main battle for the regional, well, the World League West spot is going to be between Dream Eaters, 1218 and Konina Power, and then the Footballist and Team Nick are both already qualified. So these are the 3 teams you can really focus on as to can potentially mix to the next stage. But boy, it's getting close right now.
It is, and with 2 games to go, 2 more chances, 2 more opportunities. This is game 11 out of 12. Like game 11 out of 12. I said that it was a matter of kind of taking every opportunity that you could in each game, and we've seen teams do that up until a point. Like Unicorns of Love had a rough day 1, even after a good start. They did have a rough run of 5 games after that. Then they bounced back with 2 fantastic results, but it's fallen off. It's kind of like they run out of steam, and that's something that worries me, because mentality and the resilience and the kind of consistency all comes into play. And if you run out of steam as a team and you can only get 1, maybe 2 results in a set of 4 or 6, that's always going to hurt you.
Because like right now in the overall standings, the only teams that we see are in the top standings, like it's going to be Dream Eaters, Team 1218 and Konina Power, are the teams that were the most consistent, like through and through. Maybe had like 1 or 2 bad games, but that of course happens. It's bound to happen in a game such as PUBG. But all the other teams like WSK, Red Reserve, Heroes X, those 3 teams, for an example, even Unicorns of Love, they got like some really few really good games. You can actually see they actually will have a chicken dinner each. But after that, the consistency was not there. And that is what is lacking. If they just hit their average, like over the course of 11 games, if you get like, imagine 5 points, 10 points a game, that ends up being actually a pretty significant amount. And they would be actually in a position where they could potentially even fight for the World League spot. But the fact that they were not consistent, unfortunately comes and haunt them right now. And there's only 2 games remaining. It's a little bit too late. Well, a little bit, way too late.
It is indeed. Looking at the top of the table, Dream Eaters and 1218. Dream Eaters with 150 points. That's an average of 15 points per game. When you're looking at this level of competition, that is pretty damn impressive. Yes, they have gotten 2 chicken dinners, which has helped perk them up from a placing point of view, right? Because you automatically get 20 points for a win. And then on the kind of the slightly other end of the scale, looking at 1218, they're still looking pretty good, 137 points. And they've only had 1 chicken dinner. And when you compare that to both Dream Eaters and Konina Power, who both got in 2 games, 2 chicken dinners, it does kind of make 1218 a little bit more consistent in that regard.
And it's a little bit more threatening, I would even say, like, right? They're just so close right now. If they get 1 win, that straight away just pushes them back up in the 1 position, because they're only 13 points behind Dream Eaters. Dream Eaters got 150, they got 137. It's still anybody's game in terms of like those 3 respective teams. So Miramar, this game specifically, I'm going to keep an eye out for it, because literally one of those 2 teams, which one is actually going to be on top, might actually be the one to get qualified, especially if it happens to be Dream Eaters or Konina Power. To get a chicken dinner, that could seal the deal really early.
Exactly. Miramar on the wall. Who's going to be the World League qualified team of
them all?
I think that works.
That English?
I'll take it.
I mean, it rhymes, so I won't say anything.
That's what counts, right? But and like when you look at Miramar, a team that has, at least when they were looking really strong a couple of weeks ago, and then we kind of counted them out, but obviously they've bounced back. Dream Eaters. They've shown that they can pull out some really great results in Miramar, so I'm expecting them to really get the job done. But I've also seen 1218 when I was casting the Res Q tournament with Jagger Expo. Like 1218 were increasingly aggressive and intelligent on how they rotated through Miramar. So it's going to be really, really close.
And yeah, this is maybe something that like everyone's heard once in their life is like efforts do pay off. It's the example for Dream Eaters and 1218. Like they sign up to tournaments, they sign up to the scrims every single week, showing up and participating, putting the most serious efforts they possibly could, and it's been paying off, right? And even I gotta say, even Canada Power, like especially for the past week, I called it at the very start, right? This is one of the teams that you want to keep an eye out for, despite the fact that they struggled so much on the first regional final attempt, and even during their respective PMC, I watched a few VODs of them. They had a little bit of a hard time, but still able to push forward. Like, and now this is becoming one of the best teams in all of Europe. I gotta say, I'm even if they don't qualify, these three teams, 1218, Dream Eaters, and Canada Power, I'm extremely proud of them. And even if they don't make it through, I'm sure they'll come back in a full split and have one hell of a good time.
Of course, and honestly, I could say that for all 16 teams. Of course,
definitely.
We're always going to see roster shifts. We're always going to see kind of player movement. But I would just say, keep going, guys. Do your best to just keep grinding, getting the scrims in, getting the tournaments in, build up that level of experience, and then, of course, unleash it when it comes down to the full split. But that's in the future. This is now. This is Miramar. We got a bit of an awkward playing trajectory.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I think we had also a pretty bad playing path on our first Miramar game yesterday. I think it was because it was so focalized on the eastern side, or maybe even south too. I'm not 100% sure where that playing path actually went. Definitely not all that good. Teams like to go up north will have a little bit of a hard time. You can still easily get towards San Martin, so you know what, Red Reserve, they're going to be pretty happy with that. Same for Footballist if they do aim for the same position once more. And same for also NGG, you'd like to go for Power Grid. But otherwise, teams can easily play around this. And also Miramar, the good thing is that because the map is so big and so wide and you've got so many car spawns, even if it's really so far away, you can just drop instantly to a car spawn location and rotate. Even with a 4-man car rotation, I'll be okay because it's early days, it's phase 1.
What? You're accepting a 4-man car rotation?
If they do
I will.
quickly.
No, I will not have it, young man. I will not have it.
I mean,
Tell you what I won't have as well is that phase 1 circle. That is deep south, baby. That's Alabama south.
Alabama? What?
Alabama is on the south of America.
Is it?
Oh my gosh.
I didn't know.
Or would it have been better if I had said Georgia or Atlanta?
Oh, yeah, that would have been a little bit better.
Okay,
you know, I take it because I did not know Alabama. I know
Actually,
Alabama.
maybe I'm wrong because I'm really bad at geography. Now you're making me doubt myself. As Salem gets knocked down by the real deal, Daddy comes in and then he comes popping.
Those cacti are prickly, I have to say. That's going to be the end of that one member of Heroes X. I mean, yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate. It does happen, unfortunately. But like, not wait. What car explosion on Footballist? Wait a minute. What is happening there? Stuff is happening around there. Yeah, NGG just gatekeeps and shut down the rotation of Footballist. They shut down 2 members. Wow. Okay, that's interesting.
Okay, I was right. Phew, fine. I literally just looked on Google Maps. Alabama is on the south of America. Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
I was right. I didn't make myself sound stupid. Yeah, no, I was so worried. Like, but anyway, for NGG rotating in on the bike, you do have a lot of these teams trying to reposition themselves. It's not going to be easy with this circle shift. I'll give that jump a nice 7 out of 10.
Oh, stunt review. I'll give that 6.5. I'll be a little bit harsher. Not a lot of height added to the loop, so okay. But like they had Lutz right behind him, but they didn't scout him out, and now Lutz is out of those bushes, so he can potentially get shut down by Beast and Cupid in the back end. Yeah, but it's not off to a good start. Actually, maybe their weakest start in the event so far.
Okay, so look at this phase 1 circle. The 2 core points to play on. Is it in the hills around Minas de Val and Chumacera, and the hills above Porto Paradiso? Those are your 2 core areas on either side of the circle. You do have a little bit of La Bandita that Nomad could hold on to, but that's kind of on the north of the circle.
Oh, he did it with the win. The attempt was nice, but unfortunately not going to be getting too good for him. And that'll be Ludstein out for Billy's down to only 1 member. You get punched to death by Tashi. Running gun, roll out. Let's go Skiller. Once more, where's UDR? And UDR is just like switching 2 games in a row that we had in the regional finals, different drops. Because they went last time for, I believe it wasn't Montenuevo. They went for different location. It was WSK that went for Montenuevo. But like, I don't think they have like a set drop-in location, which can kind of mess up UDR killers in their tracks. Oh, Vindex going to be trying to chase down Dust, but Dust, there you go. I want to see the aggressive Red Reserve. That is what I want.
I know, right? That's what I was like, okay, look.
So good.
Let's see what happens.
Absolute poggers right there. But, well, it's fine. They can still be proud of making it through this far. Subjects might be overstepping a little bit with the UMP. Okay, actually, I didn't talk about that in quite some time, about the spelling of UMP. I'm pretty proud of myself.
It's not spelling, it's pronunciation.
Oh! That's how you not cook a nade. Oh, well, I guess, yeah.
Can we have massive Fs in the chat for Sandro, with the tune of Hello Darkness, my old friend. Feels bad, man, but big fan F.
The coffin meme.
Yes, the coffin meme of just Sandro with that grenade clip and the people.
Just put Sandro also putting out his own coffin. It's like that. I don't know why he did that. It's definitely interesting.
Anyway.
Yeah, Solace going to be in the open. You know, Heroes X very spread upon El Pozo. And they'll just print on those kills one by one, really. They already got one frag earlier. It was on Selim. Solace, you know, battle of nades. Or mollies. What the hell was that molly? Okay.
Okay, so I'm really trying to keep an eye on where the teams that are really in the running to get the World League spot are. So Dream Eaters landed in Los Leones with Cunina Power, but they've actually disengaged to the west of Los Leones, more towards the central part of the circle. Unicorns of Love are actually rotating very close to Dream Eaters. They are one of the teams that are kind of in the running but need monster results. 1218 are actually in Porto Paradiso. They're the team that's probably looking the safest right now out of the 4 teams that are in the running, because they have nobody around them. They have a nice entryway into the high ground, and they can really set themselves up for the next 3 or 4 phases.
Talking about setting yourself up, Red Reserve, they can still set themselves up for success, but they need to play aggressive. They need to get frag after frag after frag and go for literally every single fight. If it doesn't work out, well, at least you try, but that's the only way they can make it work in their favor. And also because...
Hey, look at this. Forever gets knocked down.
Oh, he does.
By Red Reserve.
Oh, damn. But, like, they have to go aggressive, but Mirror is not really prone to that. So every time you see a team, you're going to have to go for the fight. They see NGG, even though they had the building, they're not playing passive. Like, we need to get these kills on NGG. We can't let them escape. And they chase it down. They do get Forever, as you just mentioned, and they're going to go overly aggressive, which in a normal scenario, I would say you shouldn't do this. But I'm going to agree with it because this is so important for them.
Exactly, and now they just got to rack up as many points as they can. They're on 2 so far. NGG are on 3. Frost throws out his smoke. Going to look to give a little bit of support to Victor. But Victor's going to be shot down by Beast with the M16.
Oh, he doesn't die.
He does manage to disengage away. He goes on the dip. That's nice from Victor. But he's not out of the woods because Itachi's looking in direction. He's going to get on the first aid kit, but Victor gets knocked down.
Yeah, I think that if they wanted to go for this outgoing war right now, they should have sent Dusk and Novaz also. The fact that they did so slow will not work out. Itachi was a shotgun war, get the frag. That's 1 for NGG, up to 4 kills so far. But now they're coming out a little bit too late. Novaz and Dusk should have been a lot more proactive on pushing NGG out. Now that's going to be NGG trying to reposition behind that dip, also denying the potential aggressiveness brought by the position.
Very true. Very true. And they're going to be able to use that dip to their advantage to try and disengage. Of course, they're still by the open road, so that definitely could still be turned around against them. But so far, they have definitely put themselves in a much needed chance to disengage away. Members of Unique are getting pretty close to UDR Killers, but UDR Killers are just kind of pretty much disengaging away. Nano did get knocked down. He's going to get confirmed.
You need to get 1 point. But phase 2 is about to show its, as you would say, Imperium ugly head, even though nothing wrong.
Hey, I'm fixated. What's with your use of like ugly head? What did the circle do to you?
I sound like that?
No, you don't.
Okay, I was about to cry on broadcast.
You sound like this. Ooh la la. I'm a little French boy and I love baguettes.
Well, actually, I'll give you 10 out of 10 on that impression. That was actually pretty good.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah, so Unicorns of Love, they got... like they rotated it early from Picardo, something that Louis talks about many times about the fact that you have to rotate if it is on the edge. It was on the edge there, so they left it early, which I'm pretty happy about. And the circle going to be shifting on Los Leones, and a chance of a city finish actually happening here are pretty big because Los Leones is huge.
Don't go into Los Leones, please.
They're on the edge at least.
Leones. stay on the edge at most, if not, do not go near them. Now, 1-2-1-8, what did I say? They are setting themselves up for success, rotating from Porto Paradiso onto the high ground in the south. They do have to be careful of Heroes X, although I'm saying that Heroes X are down to 2 players. If 1-2-1-8 can take down Kunina Power ahead of them on the outskirts of Los Leones, that could really help their push Kunina Power down the standings ever more, but they will have to be careful. This is only phase 2. You don't want to get too aggressive. You more just want to get information.
Information is definitely going to be key. Kind of get that actually from getting onto the high ground positions in the south, but oh no, looking not too good for Unique. Frozen is out, Memphis knocked away and just flushed out. Analyst and Lightning going to be remaining. They have to move away out of that blue zone. But number one, will they allow this to happen? I definitely do not think so, as they're trying to just wrap around this circle edge.
I definitely think we're seeing a little bit more unhinged plays from some of these seasons, especially the teams that are already qualified. Right? It's not that they're not trying to play, but there's a little bit of looseness there in terms of, look, we're not in the running to get the 15k. We're not, we've already secured a World League spot. Let's try and maybe push ourselves, test ourselves, try something new in these competitive games.
I mean, for the teams already at the top, they want to deny the other teams from pushing up. And for the teams that are underneath, they want to try and get as many kills as they can to try and push up in the overall standings. So, of course, you're going to have an influx of aggressive plays, which I'm really expecting going into these games, especially on Miramar, which, you're not expecting to see too many aggressive players on Miramar, but you might have the aggressiveness of a Sandhawk game on Miramar, which is something you don't see all that often. With that nade's going to be connected. Not sure will be confirmed by analysts, going to be reducing the amount of people that can give information away, and he's going to push. PRZ can still somewhat gatekeep it, but I don't know where Lightning is actually. Let me check on my map. Lightning is already towards the circle.
In the sky. Lightning's in the sky, Max. What? Am I wrong?
I mean...
no, answer my... Am I wrong?
I mean, no...
no, just yes or no question. Am I wrong?
Shut up.
You just got bamboozled, my friend. No, indeed, Lightning is kind of a little bit in the blue zone. He's going to look to rotate around the members of M1, but this is the fight we're talking about, right, Max? These are two of the teams fighting for a World League spot. Kunina Power and 1-2-1-8. Kunina Power, be careful, my friend. Stay safe out there. Of course, everybody stay in the safe zone, but especially in this situation, Kunina Power, you need all the placing points that you can get to climb up the standings.
This has... NGG are out. They're going to be eliminated, unfortunately, in 16th position. Like, this is two different ways this fight can actually unfold. It's going to be a battle of knocks. That means that at one point in time, another of these two teams is going to get information that the other squad is going to be a team that is fighting for that number one spot. If they get the information, or they're going to play passive because they don't want to fight them so early because they're going to absolutely try hard their hearts out, or they get the information and they want to shut down that team and focus them down. That's two ways to play around it, but Los Angeles is going to be a pretty big majority still in play here. And this is huge for both 1-2-1-8 and Kunina Power, especially Kunina Power.
Yeah, they're both in fantastic locations. Actually,
Hi here. Give me a second. Saloka said, I wish one day I could be with you in the game. I'm using an app to make you happy. I love you, Ali. I love you, bro. What app is he using? Shaking my head. Hi there. Bring up voice chat.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile.
Hello.